The meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call. Geiger.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Great. Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. On to item number 4, the DCSD Spotlight 2024 DCSD Betcher Scholars.
Thank you, President Williams. Good evening, everyone. Just before we jump into our recognitions this evening, we want to share a quick video. Last week, we celebrated our 2024 Perseverance Scholarship winners at the Legacy Campus. Each of the 12 winners was so deserving, and each of their stories was incredibly heartwarming. I am pretty sure that I cried through the entire ceremony. Out of respect for our time, for your time, we are going to show one of the Perseverance Scholars videos, but the rest can be watched on the DCSD YouTube channel. And I hope that all of you and our public take an opportunity to do that, to hear their amazing stories. Here, this video is showcasing a student that you may recognize, Rock Canyon High School's Kendall's Mybus.
I've been in choir all 4 years. It's been really fun. I was in All-State, mainly just doing schoolwork, which Rock Canyon is known for, like being a really prestigious school. So just kind of fitting in with the crowd.
He's very kind, very patient. He has a great, quick wit, which I love seeing that pop out.
I've been through a plethora of things, to say the least.
Kendall's been through a lot, even since birth. He was a preemie, so he was in the NICU for a month. Lung issues since a young child, anxiety, some depression in middle school.
Kendall was one of those kiddos that a lot of times would suffer in silence. He's such a kind person and a person that doesn't want to burden anybody. So he tended to put himself on the bottom of the priority list. He would come in and just kind of, I think, ride the wave of the emotions and kind of get things under control and then head back to class.
Going into freshman year, I got toxoplasmosis, which took away the vision in my left eye, which was really scary. I didn't really know how to deal with it, but I learned to be able to lean on the people around me. It was all good until like junior year, when I got diagnosed with scoliosis and kyphosis.
I've been kind of watching his back, thinking things didn't look quite right, and sought the help of a medical professional to confirm what my mom gut was telling me, and decided to go forward with the surgery. I
got through it, and then I got a staph infection 5 weeks later, which had 3 other surgeries, which was not fun at all.
He was just Kendall at his core, just kind, friendly, always saying thank you to the nursing staff. He held my hand a lot, which is my kid. I love it when he leans over. He's just a sweet young man. It was hard to see him struggle. As a mom, I wanted to take it away.
I had a lot of people helping me, which I think definitely helped me get through the things that I've been through. The recovery is kind of extensive. It was a lot of physical therapy. I was put on the homebound education, and I had the school nurse, I had my counselor, I had a bunch of people that just at the ready to help me, which was really cool.
He was never late with a class. He stayed on top of it. Once he was like aware and off medications, he was back at it.
Ever since then, I've gotten back to normal. I've been able to do a lot of stuff that I was doing beforehand. Feeling a lot better.
I'm super proud of Kendall. Like, he's one of the kids that stand out, and I've been doing this a really long time.
We're really proud to watch the baby of our family graduate.
Words can't describe it. You know, he's set for great things.
Couldn't be prouder of my son. He's like I said, he didn't just get through his challenges and persevere, but he did it well. He set the bar high for himself, and he really exceeded.
I'm excited. like 12 years in the making. Also nerve-wracking, to say the least, because I'm going into a new playing field, but it's nothing I haven't done before. Like, I've adapted to a little bit in my life.
So, all right. Thank you, everyone. And speaking of exceptional and amazing kids, we have some incredible students to honor this evening. Our 2024 Betcher Scholarship winners from DCSD. More than 1,900 Colorado students, 1,900, applied for the prestigious Betcher Foundation Scholarship this year, with only 50 across the state being named recipients. Douglas County School District is proud to congratulate our 5 recipients. We are really, really proud of these graduates for earning the prestigious scholarship that aims to retain Colorado's inspiring high school students within the state of Colorado for their college education. As Betcher Scholars, each of these students will receive $80,000 in scholarship across 4 years, along with institutional merit and/or need-based aid from their respective campuses. So I would love to have the following students and their principal or school representative join me up front. So let's start with Chloe Johnson from Douglas County High School with Principal Tony Kappas and Assistant Superintendent Danny Windsor. Come on up. All right, we are just gonna make a line and then I'm gonna hand the mic. Okay, next, how about Laura Polito from Highlands Ranch High School with Dr. Chris Page and Executive Director of School, John Gutierrez. Reach up. Ananda Vivek from Legend High School with Principal Jason Jacob, Advisor Nick Ryder, and Assistant Superintendent Danny Windsor. Come on up. Here we go. Yep, perfect. And Lauren Watts from Mountain Vista High School with Principal Rob Segley and Executive Director of Schools, Ian Wells. Come on up. And I just want to say that Mountain Vista had a second Betcher Scholar recipient who couldn't be with us tonight, Manasi Gowda. And so congratulations to Manasi as well. All right, so this is where I pass the mic. So we're going to have our students talk about what this means to you, and then we're going to have your principals talk about you, because it's always fun to have people talk about you, right? All right, so I'm actually going to start with the students. So I'm going to start right here.
I'm someone that really enjoys going to school, so for me, Betcher means having more opportunities to go through the college process. And I'm really excited for the community and furthering my education.
And where do you plan to go?
I'll be at Colorado State University.
Fantastic.
Well, I have to start off and say I'm extremely blessed to have this scholarship. I definitely think it wouldn't have been possible without my amazing teachers, mentors, principal, my parents. Everything definitely would have been possible about these people. And as for what it means to me, I think Betcher is more than just a scholarship. It's really a community of all these amazing people I get to work with and meet, and just all the amazing past scholars, future scholars, just something I'm really excited for. And also, I mean, almost Betcher just like raised a mirror for me where I could see all these people behind me that I hope to help in the future, and really what I aim for. So yeah. And
where are you going?
I'll be going to CU Boulder.
And studying what? To study neuroscience. As one does.
My name is Laura Polito, and next year I'm going to be studying computer science and math at the University of Colorado Boulder. For me, my family is already being touched by the Betcher community, and I've seen firsthand in the lives of my siblings, my family, and my school how much it's been able to change our lives and create opportunities for them. And so for that, I'm exceptionally grateful that Betcher welcomed me into their family as well. And not only me, but my past experiences and the people who've helped me today, like Dr. Page, my teachers, and obviously my wonderful family. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Chloe Johnson. I will be attending Colorado College next year and studying political science and philosophy. I hope to go to law school. And I'm super passionate about inclusion and Special Olympics. And so to me, the Betcher Scholarship is so much more than just enriching my education, but a platform for me to advocate for what we all know is truly right. And so I can't wait to promote inclusion everywhere I go, obviously. I'm super grateful for Mr. Kappas and all of Douglas County High School, Mesa Middle School, Rockridge. I'm so grateful for the teachers and people who have guided me here, and my beautiful mother and my family at home. I have two amazing siblings that have paved the way for me, so I'm super grateful for this opportunity.
All right.
Tough to follow. My life is richer because of Chloe. I've known the Johnson family for many years, and being in education for over 30 years, I've been around quite a few students, and she is the pinnacle of what a student should be, could be. She's an extremely talented athlete, amazing student. But what makes me is she's unselfish, and that's probably the one thing I remember most and will remember most about Chloe is she's very unselfish. And as she mentioned, what she's done for Special Olympics, both at the state level and the national and international level, I couldn't be more proud of her. Welcome, and thank you for all you've done for DC.
For Laura and I, she's my last Polito, right? I've got to see all of them through. We've had a great journey together. We do mock trial together. We've got a chance to do a couple leadership speaking opportunities together. She got to speak in front of Case this last spring. Laura just does everything she possibly can to make education better and to make school better for everyone around her. The thing she won't tell you is she also won the Coca-Cola Scholarship and the President's Scholarship. And, oh, no, not yet. She's a finalist. I know. Don't jinx her. But she is doing just amazing things. She gives back to our community at every step she can. And I always think about our conversation in the hallway when you're like, my biggest concern is that I almost do too much. And I'm like, you can never give too much of yourself to the world. So continue to do that. And I know you're going to do amazing things.
Yeah, I'm here to speak about Nanda. So I've known Nanda, I think 3 years now, and she was a sophomore in my AP government class, and I came home. And this is my first AP Gov class I was teaching. I was telling my wife about this amazing student, and she just looked at me and she says, "Ryder, stay out of her way. Just don't get out of her way." And then I had the pleasure to go on to be Nanda's advisor, and we have junior, senior meetings and take a look at where kids are at and what they need to achieve. And I believe this was, because I'm trying to think of the time frame, I think it was before the SAT, and we go over kind of what needs to have happen. So I think it was later in her junior year. And I'm looking at her progress, and I said, "You met grad competency. You took the ACT. When did you do that?" And she said in 5th grade, because it sounded fun. So that was awesome. Nanda is just an amazing human being. I'm just kind of going over some things, over 2,000 hours of community service, and it's well spread, and you can tell that it's not checking things off of a box, and that this individual is truly a giver, and I think that she's going to do awesome things in the future, and I am humbled to be around for the start of it. Thank you, Nanda.
Sorry, you got to hear from me too as well. There isn't anything that this young lady can't do. It seems like no matter what's going on in our school, somehow, some way, Nanda is involved with it. She's also a part of HOSA. And I believe you're a state champion, correct? Yes, so she's a state champion in HOSA. And this is our first year of taking a group of students. And so she just led the way with that as well. She's always just out in the front leading people. So you heard the community service piece. You hear how much she pursues greatness within our building. She just has a beautiful smile on her face all the time, and just love having her. And just congratulations. Can't wait to see what you do in the future.
I'm going to flash back to Lauren for a second, because tell us your majors at CSU.
Biomedical and mechanical engineering.
Biomedical and mechanical engineering. And if you talk to Lauren's teachers or her counselor, she is extraordinarily smart and brilliant, but she learns to learn. And she's in this to learn topics deeper and understand whole systems and structures as opposed to just working to get grades. She's a phenomenal kid. She's a leader in her classroom. She's a leader in her TSA group at Mountain Vista and at the state level. And she's also active in the Arapahoe Rescue Patrol, helping our community. So phenomenal kid. She's going to do amazing things at CSU, and best of luck.
Okay, don't go anywhere, but I want to add just again how incredibly proud we are of you. You ladies are amazing. So we are really, really proud. Our board directors have certificates for you. And then, of course, we need to post for some pictures for the district as well as for your parents. So we'll do that now. All right, stay for picture. All right, jump in for pictures, everyone. And yeah. How about if we put the kids in front? Yeah. All right, kids in front. Yeah, that's right. I don't know how long we get to call you kids, but kids in front. There we go. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes, yeah. You got the tall one in front of you. You want to bend down? Thank you for trusting us with these wonderful kids.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. You know, those are my exact degrees. All right. Thanks. And that concludes recognitions.
Great. Congratulations again.
Yes.
All right, moving on to number 5, the acceptance of agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion concerning the agenda?
Motion to accept agenda.
Second. Motion by Myers, second by Weiniger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. On to superintendent reports.
Terrific, thank you. All right, well, first of all, this week is Teacher and Employee Appreciation Week here in Douglas County School District. So I just want to give a giant shout out to our amazing teachers and employees. We love you, we appreciate you, and we are so thankful for what you do for our children every single day. I would like to thank everyone who attended our first annual State of the District community event, especially the board directors. Thank you. We had about 400 people in attendance and many more watch online. There is a video link included in the Week in Review that went out on Friday. It was a fantastic event and a special shout out to our amazing panel of kids who absolutely stole the show. I also would like to congratulate our DCSD award-winning schools that were honored at the State of the District community event on Thursday night. And so the good news is I am going to run out of breath because there are so many of them, but we are going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and list them all for you. They accepted awards on Thursday night in front of our community, and it was just a really great and celebratory night, and we are so proud of our schools. The awards that I'll be talking about tonight are the John Irwin Award of Excellence, which is awarded to the highest achieving schools in the state of Colorado. The Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award, which is awarded to the highest growth schools in the state of Colorado. And then we have a Colorado Blue Ribbon Award winner as well. And then, of course, the real trick is to be a highest achieving and highest growing school. So I'm going to go by region. I'm going to start with Castle Rock. So in Castle Rock, the John Irwin Award of Excellence went to our very own Cherry Valley Elementary, who finally had enough kids to show up on the accountability system, and look what they did. So congratulations to Cherry Valley. The Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award went to Sage Canyon Elementary, and then both awards went to Flagstone Elementary. So congratulations to our Castle Rock schools. In Eastern Highlands Ranch, the John Irwin Award of Excellence went to Buffalo Ridge Elementary, Eagle Ridge Elementary, Rock Canyon High School, Rocky Heights Middle School, Timber Trail Elementary, Wildcat Mountain Elementary, and then both the John Irwin and the Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award went to Lone Tree Elementary and Redstone Elementary. So Highlands Ranch East cleaned up. Highlands Ranch West, the John Irwin Schools of Excellence went to Bear Canyon Elementary, Copper Mesa Elementary, El Dorado Elementary, Mountain Ridge Middle School, North Ridge Elementary School, Ranch View Middle School, Summit View Elementary School. And winners of both awards went to Heritage Elementary School, Saddle Ranch Elementary School, Sand Creek Elementary, and Stone Mountain Elementary. So congratulations to everyone in Highlands Ranch. In Parker, the John Irwin School of Excellence went to Franktown Elementary School, Gold Rush Elementary, Mountain View Elementary, and Northeast Elementary. So congratulations to our Parker schools. And then on the charter schools, we have the John Irwin Award of Excellence went to Academy Charter School, Ben Franklin Academy, Challenge to Excellence Charter School, North Star Academy, Platte River Academy, Renaissance Secondary School, and STEM School Highlands Ranch. Winners of both the John Irwin Award of Excellence and the Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award, awarded to all three campuses, is American Academy. Winner of the John Irwin School of Excellence and the 2023 National Colorado Blue Ribbon School is Parker Core Knowledge Charter School. So congratulations to all of our amazing schools and all of the amazing staff and students in those schools who made that happen. Last week, we also hosted our DCSD retirement ceremony. We are always sorry to see our retirees go, and we are always very excited for their plans for the future, whether it's traveling or spending time with their grandchildren. We recognized 125 employees who have already retired or will be retiring during this current school year. We hate saying goodbye to some of our incredible staff, but we wish them all the happiness in retirement because they've earned it. Our next special education family engagement talk is a virtual meeting scheduled for tomorrow, May 8th from 4 to 4:45. The topic for presentation and discussion is focused on an introduction to our new IEP software system, Project Education. I also would like to remind all of our employees that benefits open enrollment for employees ends Friday, May 17th. We encourage our staff to review their current benefits and make necessary changes for this coming school year. We were really proud to be able to invest $6 million to keep our employee health premiums the same so that they would not have to pay more this year. Our school year 24-25 licensed contracts and employee pay information will be made available starting next week in Workday. As mentioned during the school spotlight, we celebrated our 2024 Perseverance Scholarship winners last week, and as usual, it was incredible. The video that you saw tonight was just a teeny tiny sliver, and I am sure that, like you, there was not a dry eye here, and if you had watched all of them in a row, I really did spend the entire morning crying and just being amazed at the strength and perseverance of our kids. There is a Perseverance Scholarship Golf Tournament, which is part of how we raise money for the Perseverance Scholarships, and that will be on Monday, July 22nd at Red Hawk Ridge Golf Course, and it is open to anyone. Congratulations to Highlands Ranch School senior May Webster. May is the recipient of a National Merit Corporate Sponsored Award. Corporate sponsors provide scholarships for students who are children of their employees, residents of their communities, or who plan to pursue college majors in careers that the company wishes to encourage. May plans to study law, so congratulations to May. On April 25th, members of our community gathered for a ribbon cutting ceremony for the new Rocks Nature Lab greenhouse at Roxborough Intermediate School. The greenhouse was created through a collaboration between DCSD and the Roxborough Metro District to grow native plants on the Roxborough Intermediate campus. The ribbon cutting ceremony celebrated all of those who contributed to the project since its origin in 2019, so it was exciting to cut the ribbon. It's a busy time of year as spring sports playoffs are in full swing for girls soccer, baseball, boys swim and dive, lacrosse, boys and girls, boys volleyball, and track and field. Lots going on and lots to support and celebrate with our DCSD students. So please check CHASA's site for any specific brackets and times. We do want to give you a few quick highlights. In our girls soccer, 9 of our schools are in the playoffs. And Teresa Ecknemeyer of Mountain Vista won Coach of the Year for the Continental League. For girls lacrosse, Player of the Year was Roquette Allen from Thunder Ridge, and Coach of the Year, Dana Strove from Thunder Ridge as well. For boys lacrosse, Assistant Coach of the Year for Continental League was Mark Surcasa from Mountain Vista. For boys swimming, our co-op team from Highlands Ranch, which includes Thunder Ridge, Ranch Canyon, and Vista, won for the league championships. That's very exciting. Track and field, there was a record broken by Aaron Kaczynski from Thunder Ridge High School for Echo Park in the pole vault, clearing 16 feet and 1 inch. So I will not be doing that anytime soon, but congratulations to Aaron. We are looking forward to graduations coming up in the next couple of weeks. Our public can see the list of graduations on our website at dcsdk12.org/graduation. I'd like to extend a special thank you to our Board of Education for attending so many graduations. You all pile up your schedules, and I know that our schools and our staff love having you, so thank you for doing that. And then finally, the book that you all have in front of you is part of our awareness around social media. And so what I got you all is The Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt, he's the leading social psychologist, researcher on the impacts the social media and device usage have had on our kids, and he has lots of great recommendations. So a little summer reading in case you are up for it. I also want to recognize a really somber occasion. Today is the 5-year anniversary of the tragedy at STEM School in Highlands Ranch, and I was hoping that we could take a moment of silence in honor of Kendrick Castillo and all of his classmates. Thank you for that. And that concludes tonight's updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to public comment, item number 7. Tonight, each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests or staff in the room. And also, please keep your comments appropriate for a K-12 audience. We will start with Katie Van Kooten, followed by Tom Monson, and then Steve Murray. Katie.
Good evening, directors. For those that I have not had the privilege to meet, I'm Katie Van Coten and a proud DCSD alumni. I grew up attending a neighborhood elementary school, Rock Ridge Elementary School, where I walked to and from school 0.7 miles one way every day. My husband, also a DCSD alumni, and myself are both well-educated. And when the time was right, we jumped at the opportunity to raise our two boys in Douglas County School District, a district that provided such great opportunities for us. Fast forward a couple of decades, and my son's and other children in his generation's reality is a stark contrast from that of my childhood. My husband and I own 3 single-family homes in Douglas County School District, all located in newer developments. The average distance from our house to the local neighborhood elementary schools is 5.06 miles. And the distance from our primary residence to the assigned elementary school is 7.1 miles. That's more than 10 times the distance from my home to my school when I was attending elementary school. Tonight, as the Board of Education reviews the March 2024 polling results and consultant update and potential bond options presentation, I urge you all to consider the reality of many families who are logistically constrained without a viable neighborhood school option in consideration of a forthcoming bond initiative to place on an upcoming ballot to construct neighborhood schools in addition to addressing the backlog of deferred maintenance.
Thank you. Tom Monson.
Well, thank you. I never thought I'd be presenting at the school board two months in a row, but here I am. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. Our 3 children grew up in Douglas County schools, and we still live in Douglas County. I'd like to thank Superintendent Kane and Allison Roush and the other staff for hosting the tours of Ponderosa High School and Legends High School, as well as the Legacy campus. It was a great training. We saw great training and educational experiences going on the time we were there. My concern is transparency concerning the potential tax revenue increase that the district received because of increased valuations of property. Now, I understand that there's a conflict because the state gets most of over half of the tax revenues. However, I've looked at the financials, and I'm not an expert in school finance, but I looked at it, and Douglas County would basically get the same amount of revenues if they took the entire amount of the tax levy versus it going to the state. So once again, I would urge that the board start to look at that and see if we could maybe change the school finance, because I think that it's really unfair to a number of districts. I know, I'm sure there are some people that say, oh, we need to have additional funding because we don't have the property values and all that. But I think there's just too much control at the state level. The State Department of Education budget is over $500 million a year, if I understand, again, their finances correctly. I think it's a waste of money because I don't think that the school district really relies much on what the Department of Education does in the state. So I would just hope that as you go forward, that just be more transparent about it, especially with the potential bond issue coming up in terms of what that bond issue, the funds are going to be used for. I believe that if we need to build schools, that's fine. Bond issues are great for that because it stretches out the funds are paid for by people who are going to use them 20, 30 years from now. So anyway, that was just basically my comments. I thank you for the time. It was great to see the Betcher scholars here. I started my career in investment in financial advisory at Betcher & Company 43 years ago. And I know that the Betcher family and Betcher Corporation have done great things privately in funding those scholarships. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Steve Murray.
Good evening, directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Steve Murray. I'm a member of the Finance Committee for Invest in DCSD, the campaign organization that was formed some years ago to ballot questions that benefit our kids, our schools, and our teachers. As a campaign entity, we operate completely independent of the district and only become active when the board of directors is contemplating going to the voters. I'm here tonight as a courtesy to inform the board that in the next week or so, the campaign committee will be starting its fundraising efforts for an anticipated bond campaign this summer and fall. We do respect your due diligence process and that the decision to put a bond proposal before the citizens is entirely yours. There are two main reasons I wanted to bring this up tonight. Last year, the campaign for 5A and 5B was fortunate to raise just over $200,000, but we really didn't start fundraising until July. Historically, voter turnout in Douglas County is 40 to 50% in odd years, but in the last presidential cycle, which is this year, it was closer to 90%. And this year, with even more money raised by the candidates for president, it'll be no different. Our voter contact budget needs to grow accordingly. Therefore, our goal this year, to inform you, is to raise over $300,000 should you decide to go forward with a bond proposal. The second reason for bringing this to your attention this early in the year is that we're aware that several other metro school districts are also contemplating going to the voters this fall for similar reasons to the best of our knowledge. You may have heard, for instance, that our counterparts in Denver, Aurora, Boulder, and Cherry Creek, and elsewhere along the I-25 corridor are going to the voters with bond questions, which means there will be serious competition for high dollar donations, and a lot of which come from the same sources. So the responsible thing for the campaign to do immediately is to get ahead of the curve and begin getting on the phone now with those who have been generous with us in the past. Doing so will put us closer to the front of the line. Thank you for your service to the county and to our kids, and for the help with 5A and 5B last year. If any of you would like to discuss this with me offline, obviously you can reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment. On to item number 8, the adoption of consent agenda. Do I have a motion concerning consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
I'd like to remove item 13 and 14, please.
Okay, we're going to remove both superintendent monitoring reports and number 2 and number 4. So do I have a motion concerning items 9 through 12?
Move to adopt items 9 through 12.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Myers. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson. Aye. Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. So I will turn this over to you, Director Meek, as you were the one that pulled 13 and 14.
Sure. I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank everyone on the board for holding off on approving the monitoring report on outstanding educators and staff because we were waiting for the TLCC data to come out. I don't know if you've had a chance to visit the website, but there's a phenomenal interactive website where you can go in and you can look at our data and see both trend data and also data compared to other districts and the state average. And so I appreciate the monitoring report being updated with the latest TLCC data. I'm encouraging everyone to look at it. We are on a very positive upward trend when it comes to how our employees are feeling at this point in time. And I also wanted to call out how great it was to be able to include the data in the monitoring report because oftentimes we list activities as opposed to outcome data. So having that kind of data is just really helpful. Perhaps we want to put the link to the summary for Douglas County in across the board, our communication that goes out to the community. I just think it's really helpful and transparent, and I really appreciate our push to have a very accountable board to our community. So just wanted to highlight that. I felt like it was worth celebrating and calling out for our community. So with that, I would move to approve item 13 and 14 on the agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion by Meek, second by Myers. Any discussion? I'm sorry, second by
Geiger.
Geiger. Gosh, I was looking at my paper. Any discussion? All right, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. All right, on to item number 15, the adoption or the approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the minutes from both the special and regular meetings held on April 23rd. Do I have a motion to approve all of the meetings listed?
Motion to approve of meetings.
Second.
Motion by Myers, second by Thompson. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. All right, moving into study action items. Number 16, the first reading of board committee bylaws for a 15-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A.
Thank you. I'm going to have General Counsel Mary Klemesh will be presenting the bylaws, and as she and I were looking through how to do a PowerPoint, we ended up coming to the conclusion that we would literally just be copying and pasting and putting it on the PowerPoint, so we decided to do it this way. With that, I will hand it over to Counsel Klemesh to talk about background and the bylaws. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Superintendent Kane, and good evening, members of the Board of Education. We will start with, if we could start with the other set of bylaws, that's possible. We have two sets of bylaws here. One is for, or proposed form bylaws. One is for our district's, the DAC, and the other is for the other committees of the board. And the reason that there is a different set of form bylaws for the DAC is because there's many statutory requirements in Colorado law that are applicable to the DAC, which do not exist for other Board of Education committees. So that is the reason for the difference, and in order to make it less complicated in terms of communicating to the board what those differences might be, we felt it most appropriate to have one form set for the DAC and another for the rest of the board committees. So we'll start with those that we've set for the rest of the board committees. And there is a little bit of an outlier with respect to our board committees, and that is our student advisory group. Our student advisory group, by nature of the way its composition, is set up a little differently because we have students which include, in that committee, which include representatives from each of our district's high schools. So you will see that as we work through these form bylaws. So let's start with Article 1, which of course is the most uncomplicated article of all of the bylaws, or of all of the articles in the bylaws. It's simply the name of the committee. With respect to this, essentially the name will really be dictated by the provisions contained within the Board of Education's policy governance book. So when we looked at developing form bylaws, we very carefully reviewed, most importantly, the Board of Education policy governance book at GP 1.7 identifies very specifically the board committee structure. And in there, for each of the board committees, it identifies a charge, it identifies a composition, it identifies an authority, and that provides the authority for these committees to exist and to have bylaws. And underneath, with respect to each of the committees identified in the board committee structure, there is a very specific name. And in this instance, that name would be filled in the blank for the committees as contained in the board policy governance book. The next article is the authority and purpose of the board. And that identifies that here, that the committee is advisory to the Board of Education. And you will see that the goal of the form bylaws is to provide the general framework for the existence of each of these committees, referring back to the Board of Education's policy governance book, which has the very specific charges given to each of the committees. So you will see here the authority and purpose. The committee is advisory, and it shall have the authority granted by bylaws and board policy, including information gathering, fact-finding, and making recommendations to the board. And then the purpose is to focus on the charges assigned to it. So if you actually looked in and we reviewed all of the present bylaws of the existing committees, you will see that under authority and purpose, similar language is contained in the present bylaws. For example, the LRPC states that the committee shall have the authority granted by its bylaws and board policy. FOC's present bylaws state that the authority of the committee includes information gathering, fact-finding, and making recommendations as more fully provided in its bylaws. So I think it would be fair for us to generally conclude that the responsibilities of each of our committees is to be advisory to the Board of Education, to make recommendations to the Board of Education, and for each of our committees to gather facts as because of the special knowledge, expertise, or the fact that the individuals on those committees are representative of certain stakeholder groups, fact-finding, information gathering, and making recommendations to the board ultimately. Article 3. We are talking about the specific charges, duties, and responsibilities. Those are very specifically reflected, again, in the Board of Education Policy Governance book. And I'm not going to read all of those to you, but I will read a representative example of what exists in our policy governance book. But when we, for example, redrafted the LRPC bylaws most recently, and that's the most recent set of bylaws I reviewed, we inserted the charges from the policy governance book into their bylaws, verbatim. In this instance, for example, LRPC's charge states that the committee is charged with producing for the superintendent district as reasonably requested by the superintendent and delivered on a schedule reasonably determined by the superintendent, A, community opinions, alternatives and their implications, and recommendations and their rationale concerning attendance boundaries, facility usage, anticipated capital expenditures, anticipated project needs, and site feasibility, and B, other products reasonably requested. For the board, to help the board accomplish a portion of its job, and as more specifically requested by the board, A, population changes, trends and impacts on facilities, alternatives and their implications, along with recommendations preferred by the committee as a whole, along with appropriate rationale for relevant board policy changes, for specific projects needed over the intermediate term, and for proposed uses of facilities. And C, community opinions concerning facility use, boundaries, and capital requirements. And D, other products as the board may request. So upon my review and our review of the bylaws, these charges align very well with the responsibilities of the LRPC. And the same would be true of the other charges provided for the other committees as contained within the Board of Education Policy Governance Book. And of course, as this board knows, not only do you have the responsibility to review and approve finally the bylaws for each of our committees, you also have the ability to revise these charges by nature of your role as the board in reviewing your own policies as the Board of Education would do as part of its responsibilities. We then move on to Article 4, which is membership. And so you will see some footnotes here, and these footnotes are included to kind of delineate as best as I could to figure out a way to identify that SAG doesn't neatly fit into the form for membership because we have representatives from each of our high schools. So, and also because we don't have kind of designated voting members and non-voting members in terms of having a quorum present and things like that in terms of the membership. Their policies, or not policies, but their bylaws presently provide that if the board or if they're voting on anything as a SAG, that it actually, the vote would be taken based upon the membership present at a particular meeting, and the majority of those members voting would dictate the result of any vote taken by the SAG, which, in my opinion, I think appears to be working relatively well for our SAG, our Student Advisory Group. So if we could move on to the next page, we're going to talk about membership in our other committees. And this is described as composition, and that is consistent with what is contained in the Board of Governance policy book. The policy book does not delineate how many members shall be included in each of the committees. That typically has been contained in the bylaws. So I reviewed each of the bylaws for the committees to determine what the range of membership should be for both voting members. And taking a step back, the composition, we do have voting members and non-voting members on our LRPC bylaws presently, in our FOC, in our MBAC DAC, and our MBOC calls for 16 members. So the recommendation here for the form bylaws is to designate voting members and non-voting members. The number, the range, is simply arrived at the least number in the present composition of our committees and the most allowed in our committees, so that there wouldn't be some kind of need to reconstitute as we move forward with implementing changes to the bylaws as consistent with the form. And, there is no legal requirement for a specific number of members, for a minimum or a maximum. The way I am proposing this recommendation is simply to look at where we are presently at. And just for your information in that regard, our LRPC, the present bylaws prescribe voting for both voting and non-voting members with a minimum of 14 voting members and no more than 26. So they had the most maximum number of voting members was for the LRPC. The FOC had a minimum of 9 and not more than 15. The MBEC, the present bylaws, have voting and non-voting members as 22 voting members. DAC has a minimum of 11. So you can see if we do a minimum of 9 and a max of 26, it would encompass the numbers presently existing.
Sorry, just a quick question. Does the DAC have a statutory requirement as far as membership, or are they also free to have more than, because I think in the DAC draft it said there was 15 members, so I just didn't know. Can it be up to 26 like the others? Or?
There are very specific requirements for membership on DAC, and the number 15 was arrived at, I believe, as a result of all of the different permutations of what is required to have for membership on the DAC. Okay, So we have voting members, and you can see that we have identified there that they should generally be representative of stakeholders across the 4 regions of our district. So I know that in the past, sometimes it becomes very difficult to fill in these very specific requirements we have had in the bylaws for specific committee positions. But these particular form bylaws are kind of leaving it to the discretion of the committee to make recommendations to the Board of Education with respect to the composition of the voting members, understanding that the bylaws provide that the stakeholders should be representative of the 4 regions that exist within our district. And that also that they should include at least 1 staff member and 1 student. And that doesn't limit it to 1 staff member. It could be more than 1 staff member. It could be more than 1 student. And you can see that in the last paragraph, that paragraph generally provides that the committee should determine the makeup and nominate or make their recommendations for voting members based on its self-determined representative makeup to serve on the committee, to replace voting members whose terms will expire, who resign, or who might be removed in accordance with the bylaws. Could you scroll down, please, to non-voting members? The non-voting members would be identified as those board liaisons and the staff liaisons. And we all know that your board of directors designate board liaisons to the committee, and the superintendent or designee determines the staff liaisons. Moving then to subsection B, terms of service. With respect to terms of service, there are some differences in the bylaws of our present board committees. There are 2 options that could be considered by the board with respect to the proposed form bylaws. One would be that a voting member term of service would be 3 years, and the term would begin on July 1, end on June 30, and that would be a term of 3 years would be the recommendation for the term, and that the voting member's term may be renewed if you're not going to limit the terms for another 3-year term. If you scroll down, please. If you move on, if you have limited terms, the voting member appointed to the committee would be eligible for reappointment for 1 additional 3-year term. Now, the recommendation for a 3-year term, there's no magic to this. Basically, the LRPC and the FOC each have 3-year terms presently. The difference is that the LRPC has no limited terms for their committee members, while the FOC has limited terms for 1 additional term after 1 3-year term is served. And there's a 2-term limit. So there would be a choice there for the Board of Education in that regard. Then when you get to the next provisions, resignation, removal, vacancies, keep scrolling down, those typically are provisions which are generally very consistent with the present bylaws in our committee. These provisions are consistent with the recommendations for the DAC recommendations and language for that as well. The one point to make is that if there is a vacancy, I think which makes most sense, is that if a committee member is appointed to fill a vacancy, that member would be participating only for the balance of that term. Then when we get to appointment of voting members, we wanted here, this is really consistent with what actually has occurred in the past, is that the committee makes a recommendation of a slate of individuals who will fill those terms or new terms or vacancies on each of the committees, and the board finally appoints all of the voting members of the committee. Moving on to Article 6, officers. Again, pretty consistent. Officers, except for our SAG, which is the little footnote relates to the SAGs. Officers really consist of a chairperson, a vice chairperson, and a secretary. The chairperson sets the agenda, sends the agenda to committee members in advance of the meeting, and presides over the meeting. The vice chair, essentially their duties is to serve when the chairperson is not in a position to serve or is absent and would assume the duties of the chair in that instance. The secretary takes the minutes of each meeting and submits meeting minutes for distribution to all committees. It's important to note that the chairperson and the vice chairperson, we have specific provisions in there that their responsibility as well is to ensure that there's compliance with the bylaws. With respect to subsection C, scrolling down, election of the officers is by a majority vote of the voting members, pretty consistent with what presently occurs, and each of the officers serve for a term of 1 year, but may be re-elected for 2 additional terms, which means that if somebody is appointed for 3-year term, they could essentially, during that first year, be appointed as an officer and then be re-elected to serve in that same position for the entirety of the term they serve on the committee, a single term served on the committee. We get to resignation of officers under subsection D. So there's a vehicle, if an officer, for whatever reason, wants to resign, that resignation can become effective by giving written notice to the chair or secretary of the committee, and it takes effect upon receipt of the notice. An officer may only be removed by a 2/3 majority of the committee's voting members. And then the vacancy shall be filled for the unexpired term of an officer by a majority vote of the committee's voting members. Article 7 addresses meetings, 2 kinds of meetings, regular meetings and special meetings, and pretty consistent with what is presently occurring with our committees is that there would be quarterly meetings for each committee. And at least quarterly meetings held, and they may be held more frequently as deemed necessary to fulfill the charges from the Board of Education. Special meetings may be called by the chair or co-chair or vice chair with a minimum of 3 business days advance notice, and notice may be sent through email. So it doesn't need to be sent by regular mail, which makes a lot of sense. Quorum is required to have an official meeting. And then finally, the notice of the meetings need to be sent out, and the agenda needs to be posted on the district's website at least 24 hours in advance of a meeting. Scrolling down to the next page, waiver of notice, essentially this is pretty consistent with Robert's rules. If notice is given and not received, if a committee member attends, that's waiving of the need for a notice consistent with the bylaws. Meeting minutes shall be produced under subsection F and distributed to members at least 3 business days before the next scheduled regular meeting so that the committee members have an opportunity to review them. And then finally, under subsection G, I shouldn't say finally, but under subsection G, it allows for electronic participation of a committee member so long as they participate by means of telephone or audio conferencing, and that they are able to participate by getting the information and having all of the materials available to them and available to the members who are physically present. And any member who participates electronically shall be considered present in the same manner as if the member was physically present at the meeting. Again, there is no requirement that the Board of Education allows for electronic participation or remote participation of a committee member under the law, but it is something that we have included here so that it can be allowed. And I believe that we want to make sure that they have access to the information, which is an important ingredient to appropriate participation in a meeting when somebody does participate electronically. The other attendance requirement is in subsection G, which is that if you're unable to attend, that their notification should be given to the chair. Additionally, if a member misses 3 consecutive meetings, they may be subject to removal. Moving down under subsection H, public participation. This really gets to whether or not the committee will allow public comment by individuals who are not necessarily committee members, but who come to the meeting and want to present information to the committee. And so the bylaws have acknowledged that that can occur. Again, there is no legal requirement for this, but we have included it in the bylaws for board consideration, in the form bylaws. Subsection I allows for subcommittees. I believe most of our board committees do have subcommittees which are charged with specific responsibilities to carry out, whether it be specific fact-finding endeavors for certain projects, but subcommittees may be appointed by the committee as part of its bylaws. And then finally, rules of order, Robert's Rules of Order would apply to running of the meetings. Continue to scroll down. Quorum and voting, again, quorum is a simple majority of the voting members and a majority vote. Each voting member gets 1 vote, and a majority vote of the quorum is required for action. So it's a majority vote of the quorum that would be present at the meeting. And then we have miscellaneous provisions in these form bylaws. And again, we acknowledge that the committee may establish subcommittees as may be needed to carry out the board's directed duties. And then secondly, that there may be committee members who are appointed to other committees or other groups by nature of specific tasks that the board may ask for committees to engage in. And then finally, the last article is amendments. How amendments can be made to the bylaws. Okay, and then we move to the DAC bylaws, and that's going to be brief. Because the DAC bylaws, yes.
Can we ask questions about that one first real quickly before we move to the DAC?
Oh, sure.
I think there was some questions. Yeah.
May I go first? Okay, great. Thank you. This is a lot of work, so thank you for all of the work and analysis that you put into this. So we're going to need to go back to our committees, our respective committees, and receive feedback on these. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on what we're thinking here. Our goal would be to go back to our committees, ask for them to review and provide any questions that they have to us so we can look at that. And under Article 3, so that would be page 1, I believe. So under Article 3, we would fill in the language that's in the current policy governance handbook, right, for each of the respective committees.
I'm
That's
sorry.
correct. Yes.
Under that one, our recommendation would be that you leave it as it is, because that way, every time you change GP 1.7, you won't have to come in and change this as well. So the hope here is to have something that's pretty standardized that gives your committees flexibility on their membership, but doesn't have bylaws going through legal and the board every year.
Okay, thank you. So I think I would suggest maybe not even using GP 1.7, because when we update our bylaws, it might not be GP 1.7, but we'll always have a governance process board committee policy. You know what I mean? So that might help standardize that. Let's see. The non-voting members on page 2. If you look at the LRPC current bylaws, there are many non-voting categories. So are we suggesting that these are the only categories for non-voting members?
Thank you for the question. Again, the goal here was simplicity. So in this case, the LRPC can determine whoever they feel would be representative of the different committees, of the different regions generally, but outside of the liaisons, there isn't really a necessity for someone to not vote on, minutes or the various things that they vote on. So that was at least our thinking, just keeping it really, really simple and general so that the committees can have a lot of flexibility. Then it's your question.
It does, because I think those are the questions we're going to receive when we go out. Like, are we suggesting that we only have non-voting members that fit these categories? And that's a really big change from what LRPC currently has, which is, real estate development community rep, a charter school staff rep. Like, there's a lot of non-voting categories. And I'm not suggesting that we go one way or another. I think there will just be a lot of questions on that.
My comment on that would be that, at least from a legal lens, I think Council Komesh would agree, there's no reason why those individuals can't be voting members of the LRPC in that example. Again, just for simplicity's sake, but I think that would be our answer.
Yeah. The other thing to keep in mind is, as the charge, their responsibilities under your policies, that they're fact gatherers, the committees are. And so nothing prohibits the committee from inviting individuals in to provide information to a committee at any particular meeting as well.
Well, for LRPC, I would think they really are specifically looking for feedback from certain individuals and certain people. And so, I mean, one way to go about this is the bylaws, but then they have their operating procedures, and in the operating procedures, they lay out whatever. But anyway, just asking questions. So page 3, appointment of voting members. President Williams and I had a conversation last week with the DAC membership committee, and I filled out the form. So I'm not sure if everyone read the summary or not, but basically, I'm wondering if we want to add language that specifies that each committee will use a fair and consistent selection process. It was important to have a board liaison participate. I mean, this was something that was discussed at the meeting last week, because there's been I've been very hands-off as a board liaison. I've let the committees that I have served on go through their process and bring forward recommendations. But I think other committees, the liaisons participate in interviews. And so I think if we want to standardize that, this is probably somewhere we would put that standardized piece. So I don't have a recommendation for language. I just think that's something for us to think about in the bylaws.
Yeah, and I also have down, for at least myself, during our retreat, my plan was to bring a procedure, a generalized draft for us to look at about the membership process on the committees, just to kind of generalize that to looking at what we currently do on all the committees and maybe morphing it. But I do think it might be a good idea to put something in here about just a quick blurb on on the process. Yeah.
I can continue, or Director
Oh, if you're not
Geiger
done.
could. Are you okay, or is it related to that? Okay. So then, page 4, my question would be, what if the committee would want additional officers than those that are outlined? Do they have the flexibility to add additional officers if for some reason they feel like that is something that would help their committee operate and function properly?
Certainly, there would be no reason why the language couldn't state that each committee should have at least the following officers, which would allow the committee to have discretion to appoint other officers as appropriate to the committee.
I like that.
Thank you. And then I think this is my last question, so sorry to ask so many. So on page 6, where it speaks to virtual attendance, attendance, electronic participation. So this has been a topic from the DAC around streaming meetings. And so streaming is not the same as virtual attendance, but I think if you have virtual attendance, you have to have a platform that's allowing people to participate virtually. So this has just been a big topic, and I think as a board, it's up to us to decide if we want to allow streaming of our committee meetings. I feel like it has been a topic of conversation. I feel it allows transparency. It allows community members who question what's happening in that board committee to dial in if they want to listen in. It doesn't mean interaction. It can be one way, right? But I do feel like that's something for us to think about as a board and consider incorporating into the bylaws based on what we decide.
And I just want to make a statement that if the board is considering something like streaming or recording committee meetings, that is going to require an investment in staff, because we absolutely do not have the staff to support that today. So it's certainly, if that is something that the board decides to do, it will mean some either contracting or hiring of additional staff.
Great. Director Geiger.
As often happens, Director Meek has handled a lot of my questions. I do have, this has two options. 2 terms, no limit on terms. And obviously, we can make a decision in between those two. Those are not the only options. LRPC has certainly benefited from some long-term members and long-term institutional memory. I don't know how we'd operate without Rudy Lucas. But I also, I think as the board thinks about that, I understand a consistency, but I think each committee is going to tell you that they may have different needs in terms of turnover. Also, one of the issues we constantly have is we oftentimes do not fill committees. And imposing term limits when we can't find replacements is consideration that I think we're going to have to put on when we make a decision about those options. My pushback, I'm not sure it's pushback. My concern about making what the LRPC now has as non-voting members is if you make all of them voting members, then you increase the quorum. And LRPC has had an issue in the past with some of the more advisory members, developer members, that kind of thing, dropping in and out, being in and out. We've had trouble with some of the teacher representatives not being able to attend on a regular basis. So if you name each of those people a voting member, that increases your number, that also increases your quorum, and therefore then nobody's voting on the agenda. Nobody's voting on recommendations. So I would tend to lean towards a little bit more, giving committees a little bit more leniency in non-voting members so that a failure of those people to attend will not mess with our quorum matching. And LRPC has been understandably kind of protective of, we have voting members, we have non-voting members, these people make the decisions. I don't know that that's the right way or the wrong way, but I don't want anything to get held up because it's June and some non-voting members are not there.
I actually think those are solid points, Director Geiger. Maybe perhaps we just make, to your point, Director Meek, the operating norms that each committee has separately, that they can dictate, which members are voting versus non-voting instead of putting it in our actual voted on bylaws as a board. And then I also had written down the term limits. I think perhaps a good little notation to put under there is something that says, in the event that there are no applicants, that they can re-elect someone that is already on the committee. That way, we are allowing for new voices that want to be heard, but also recognizing when there aren't applicants that we still need people. So those are my comments. Director Weinecker?
Yes, I agree. I like this idea of operating procedures or norms, and maybe we call that out somewhere in the bylaws, talking about how each committee has their own operating procedures that can dictate what they want to make up of their voting members, because I can see MBOC getting really caught up in who's on their committee, and having it not defined would be hard for them. So I think if there's something called out that you can have your own operating procedures that have that would make them feel better. I did have a question also on membership around the staff member and student part. Where was that?
It's the second paragraph
Yes.
under subsection 1.
So does that mean that you have to have a staff member and have to have a student? Because I know for FOC, I don't believe we have any employees on the committee who are voting, and sometimes we can't find students. So is it worded in a way that you're in non-compliance with your bylaws if you don't have that, or is it worded in a way where you can try to find a voting member?
There is certainly no requirement that you have a staff member and you have a student. We can certainly word this so it can be left to the discretion of the committee whether or not a student and a staff member is a voting member.
Yeah, I like it in there. I'm just saying I don't want them to get caught up in like, oh no, we're breaking our bylaws if we don't have it.
Yeah.
So, and maybe it is worded that way and I'm just misunderstanding. Another question that might come up is the part that says a quorum is required to have an official meeting. Does that mean you don't have the meeting at all, or you just can't vote at that meeting? Because there have been times where our committee meetings don't have a quorum, but we still have it, we just don't vote.
Certainly, I think there wouldn't be anything that would prohibit you from discussing matters that might be on the agenda, but it wouldn't have been considered an official meeting for purposes of taking a vote.
Okay, perfect, good. I'm just thinking of questions that they might have. And then the last question I have is the part that states about the officers, and it says, the chair or vice chair shall preside at all committee meetings. I thought it was just kind of funny that that sentence was in there as if they're not going to come, or is that just in there because they're encouraged to come? Because sometimes, the vice chair can't make it or the chair can't make it. I just was wondering if that is an important sentence in there.
We can probably clean that up as well, so there's no confusion in that regard.
Okay, great. And I think you did, I meant to say this first thing, a great job at making these not restrictive and trying to apply to all the committees and making it so our committees aren't caught up in their bylaws so much and generalizing it. So well done on that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Got lots of help from lots of people, so thank you for that.
Director Meek or Director Thompson?
Thanks. So definitely membership is a topic that we're all touching on. And I like the idea of, finding a way to keep it fair and consistent process to membership. I like the idea of operating procedures and norms. Is that something that, as a board, we're going to have to approve to make sure that things are fair and consistent? Or are we?
So is that a question?
Well, I guess
from
if anybody
my
wants to talk about
perspective, just from the conversation that we had with DAC, if board members are part of the process in sitting in on the interviews, then we would be able to see that they were fair and consistent, I think.
Okay. And then the way that the membership is currently on here, so if we wanted representation like the Douglas County Federation, would they be able to join as voting members based off of the way that the policy is written?
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, so the
Or bylaws are written, sorry.
The bylaws are designed to be super generic so that, as you said, each committee could create their own operating procedures or norms in whatever way they see fit. I would suggest that the board's authority is in this bylaw document. So, for example, if Director Williams and Director Meek, the issue of participating in interviews, my recommendation would be codifying that in this document and then allowing your committees to have their operating procedures and norms that they develop internally to include more details about membership, et cetera. And that way, every time the committees make a change of like, we want to have someone from here or whatever it might be, it doesn't have to be this big process where it goes through legal and bylaws and the board. They can create that with their own internal documents as long as they are within the this framework that the board would have laid out in the bylaws. Does that make sense?
Yep, it helps. And then for, I think removal, 3 consecutive meetings, I think it's in there twice. The question that I have with removal for 3 consecutive meetings, so if someone has a pattern of that, right, at minimum, let's say they meet monthly, they could attend 4 times for the entire year and they'd still be in compliance with the bylaws. Are we okay with that? Or do we also want to have 3 consecutive meetings and then maybe a percentage of attendance? I mean, just a consideration. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could consider that. I just worry about committees that already struggle with membership, just kicking people off based upon that, so.
And then I know meeting mode was discussed with streaming, and then just adding to that, some of our committees do vote to have their meetings on Zoom occasionally. Do we need to include that is an option that they can have if there's a majority vote to move to Zoom? Is that something we want to include in the bylaws?
Certainly, there is nothing in statute, but again, I think Superintendent Kane has identified that the concerns with respect to having a meeting that is available publicly, we'd want to make sure that it is appropriately accessible and consistent with our procedures for broadcasting or videotaping our meetings.
Sorry.
And that would require a staff person to be in attendance to facilitate that.
Sorry, I was in addition to streaming, they also sometimes vote to just have meetings online via Zoom.
Oh, I see.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. Online via Zoom. I don't think there's any prohibition from doing that or having it because we allow for electronic participation in meetings.
So I hate to turn a question back, but my question would be that open meetings laws and making sure that, as Council Klemesh pointed out, that the intention is for these committees to have meetings that are open to the public. And so that would be my one caution on the Zoom option is that they would need to be open to the public and accessible, which I think is what Council Klemesh was getting at.
That's an excellent point, Superintendent Kane. And also, we have to be concerned about accessibility requirements as well with respect to our obligations for accessibility to all of the public to be able to participate.
Director Meek.
Yeah, I do think we need to really lock down the language we want to use because our practice with DAC, the DAC, has been to have multiple online meetings. So it's all virtual, not, hybrid like some people are there. So I think deciding that is fine to do moving forward is important. I think that I'd like to hear from the committee what their feedback would be on that. I think it has helped. I know with weather, even weather issues in the winter, it's been really helpful to be able to move meetings to virtual, and I would think that's probably the same for most of our committees. I'd like to ask Superintendent Kane to research what it would cost to be able to make a committee meeting available through streaming. It has been requested over and over, and we have had public comment where people have questioned what is going on in this board committee meeting, and I just see it as a way to be very transparent with our community, with conversations that are taking place in those committee meetings, and in order to make a decision whether we would want to dedicate resources to that, I think we need to know what it would cost. So I think that would be really helpful. And then lastly, just really understanding our timeline and process here, because this is a shift, right? So we're going to be asking our committees or explaining this to our committees. We're really only going to have this one document, and it's not going to say, you know, LRPC bylaw or FOC bylaw or MBOC bylaws. It's just going to say board committee bylaws, right? And so we'll have one document that they're utilizing, so it's a shift. And they need to understand the connection to going to the governance book, right? To look up their charge and understand some of that. So just one, I wanted to make sure I'm understanding. I think this is what we're envisioning. And then secondly, I think it's really important that we hold conversations with our committees to see if there's something we're forgetting that needs to be incorporated or we haven't thought of. So what that timeline looks like, with this being May, I know the committees I'm part of, like SAG doesn't matter, because this isn't involving them, but DAC, we have a meeting on Thursday. They will need more time than from tonight to Thursday, you know, to provide feedback. And then there's one more meeting in June, and then we're kind of done for the summer. So I'm just kind of curious what this timeline and process looks like, so we can answer that when we're talking to the committees.
Superintendent Kane?
From staff's perspective, there is no time constraint here. You know, we brought forward a recommendation as we promised that we would, but it is up to the Board of Education what you feel your level of urgency is. I don't think there's any reason why you can't take your time and have a couple of committee meetings to talk about it and think about, you know, a second reading in the fall or later in the fall, whatever the board deems judges to be appropriate, is it works for us.
Director Moore?
Ms. Clements, just for purposes of clarification, I interpreted this to be a template that the committee bylaws would be formed around, and that each committee's bylaws could have additional language. If that's not the case, I just want to make sure I understand that what Director Meek stated was actually accurate, because what she said makes a lot of sense. I just didn't interpret it that way, and I just want to understand it. Is it really just, this is the bylaws for all the committees?
The goal is to keep it simple so that these bylaws are applicable to all of the committees, except in specific circumstances like the DAC, for example.
Fair enough. And then, and I agree with the point that on page 6 in section G, where we talk about attendance and electronic participation, I agree we should, if our focus not only is that we have a structure around the meeting, but that it also is accessible to the public, I think it's appropriate just to tell everybody that we do intend these to be available to the public. And my other side comment on that is that for purposes of doing the meetings electronically, and this is just seeing if this would be an option that would make this palatable, but the meeting doesn't have to be transparent and open to the public. It doesn't necessarily have to be available instantaneous with the meeting, like live streamed at the same exact time. Could it simply be like if you did a virtual meeting, you did it over Zoom or Microsoft Teams or something, and whoever the host of the meeting was, the organizer, records the meeting, the meeting in a sense saved and then made public via the website that way, where it wouldn't include a lot of staff resources, but we could create a process where that's just a manner of archiving those meetings and the public would have access to it after the fact, like a day or so later that way.
Thank you for the question. I think that there are some considerations that would need to be made with respect to doing that. Part of transparency is an assurance that the recording would become accessible, and we clearly have accessibility standards now under our digital accessibility law here in Colorado, which will require us to assure appropriate technology is being used when we are broadcasting, so to speak, our meetings to the public, as well as reposting those meetings to the public. So from my perspective, legally, it's a consideration. There are significant concerns for me with respect to assurances, with respect to their accessibility, the accuracy of the recording and consistency of the recording, et cetera, that I think can be avoided and should be avoided by having a process that is completed by staff if we're going to be doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Just a question to the other board members. I guess my hope would be to maybe put a discussion on the June 18th board meeting for us to just talk about what we heard from our committees, and then we can come up with a plan of what we want to do from there. Does that sound good to everyone? Does that give you time?
I think, so we have MBOC and FOC Thursday, and I don't think we'll have time to look at these, and then FOC is a June meeting. I might not get MBOCs, but I'll definitely have FOCs.
Yeah, or even if you can just give them this on Thursday, and then they can just send responses to you or something, that we can at least have some feedback for the June 18th meeting. Okay, if we want to do DAC.
Well, I just say that DAC is really, there's not much to talk about here. The DAC bylaws are essentially very consistent with what we've just described, except that in their duties and responsibilities, all those are enumerated based upon the statutory requirements, which are specifically identified. The statutory citation to each of those responsibilities is identified in the bylaws. So that is the significant difference. And I don't think there's much more to say with respect to the DAC bylaws.
Any questions from board members? Director Meek?
Could you walk through the membership requirement on the DAC bylaws? And for Director Moore, I mean, I came into this conversation thinking what you were thinking, so there was a mental shift that happened.
Okay. It is my understanding from reviewing the statute that those are the requirements. And again, we carefully looked at this, and Mr. Reynolds, our staff liaison, also assisted in reviewing these. But as required by law, the DAC members shall be comprised of, and you all can read this, and I think our public at home can read these, but 3 parents who are not employees or related to employees, at least 1 teacher employed by the district, at least 1 school administrator, at least 1 person who is involved in business or industry, and at least 1 resident of the district who is not a parent with a child in the district. So that's in the first paragraph. A person may not be appointed or elected to fill more than 1 of the member positions required above in a single term. The DAC shall have no less than 11 and no more than 15 members. All members of the DAC shall be voting members, and if the board chooses to increase the number of persons on the DAC, it shall ensure that the number of parents appointed or elected to the DAC exceeds the number of district representatives from the group with the next highest representation.
Thank you for walking through that. And I thought in legislation there's something that cites that membership should be representative of your population. And I used to have a law book here, but We have drawers, no more, which I'm happy, but there's no law book now. So I thought there was something in there around trying to have members on your DAC that are representative of your local community. And I wasn't sure I saw that in here.
Okay, well, thank you for the question. I haven't committed the DAC provisions to memory, but I certainly will look for that to see if it's in there.
Yeah, I mean, I was just bringing it up because it was a question that I had. And they are kind of a unique committee in that regard. The other thing that I think is a little bit unique about DAC is part of their charge is to connect with school accountability committees. And again, allowing school accountability committee to be able to plug into DAC virtually, there's a benefit to connecting, even if it isn't real time, if it's after the fact or something like that. But I do think DAC is a little unique in that part of their charge is to reach out to each and every school that we have in our community. And I'm just trying to think about what's unique in our different committees to see if that's kind of reflected in the bylaws.
Again, I'll review the statute and take that into consideration and can report back as appropriate.
Director Thompson.
So it says under, the membership part, 3 parents who are not employees or related to employees of the district. So if I'm understanding this right, this means that, let's say they have, parent representatives, 5 or 6 of them. The only 3 of them have to fit that requirement where they're not related to employees or of the district?
There is another provision in the bylaws at Article 4 membership subsection C that talks about employment limitation for members, and that's a statutory requirement as well.
Thank you, so it's still covered. Appreciate it.
Director Geiger.
And I know I'm annoying, but look at section 2211-301-3. I think that's what Director Meek was addressing. Shall ensure that the parents who are appointed reflect the student populations that are significantly represented within the school district, and then it lists a number of those potential representatives. I think that's what she was referring to. I don't have it memorized either, but I do have the internet, whereas you do not at this moment.
Well, certainly that statutory language can be included in the bylaws.
Great.
Thank you, Director Geiger.
Thank you for all the work you put in and sitting in the hot seat for the last bit. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks for the questions.
Great. All right. Well, we are going to move into our recess, item number 17 for 15 minutes. So be back at 6:57. The meeting of the Board of Education is back in session. Moving on to item number 18 under the study action items. Number 2, presentation of the March 2024 polling results and consultant update.
Okay, I'm going to introduce Chief Communications Officer, Ms. Rader, to get us going on this presentation. Thank you.
Good evening. Trying that again. I am happy to introduce Todd Vitale from WPA Intelligence and Sean Walsh from Sean Walsh Consulting. They have been performing research and polling regarding a potential bond initiative with the idea of providing the board with the data it needs to make an informed decision. Sean and Todd will report out on their work to date. They'll provide a high-level snapshot of polling results from March, but I want you to know that the full polling results are available on the Board of Education agenda if you want to look at those. And now I'm going to turn it over to Sean Walsh.
Thank you, Stacy. Good evening, directors. My name is Sean Walsh from Sean Walsh Consulting. Before we get into the quantitative aspect, the polling aspect, I wanted to share the results from some qualitative opinion research that we conducted on behalf of the district. Those of you that were around in previous cycles, you know that the district, and as some entities often do that are contemplating going to the ballot, they do both quantitative and qualitative research. So quantitative research that Todd's going to present is you are conscientious about what you're making an assumption about voter turnout and your model. It's just very quantitative. Maybe 20 or 30 questions that are forced choice with, again, intentional modeling of who you're talking to. But qualitative research, really the intention there is to have longer conversations with fewer people. So with less focus on counting answers, but just kind of probing a little bit more with people that are informed, people that are in the know, people that influence other people's decisions, just to get a little bit more quality of information. And of course, the point of qualitative research is to uncover any misperceptions, any urgencies, anything that we don't know, that something we may want to test in another poll. Of course, the byproduct of doing the qualitative research was to communicate to these community leaders, and I'll talk about who the respondents were in a minute, but communicate to them that the district's intent is to, cast a wide net and to even kind of further inform the decision to go to the voters. So just some process points for that these conversations were conducted mostly in March and April of this year. It was about 43 separate conversations, each one of which last about a half an hour. The respondent profile was talked with 16 PTO/SAC chairs or members, 9 principals, 7 external community members. So these were economic development, kind of local government staff, and then 6 administrative and board members, and then 5 MBOC/MBEC directors. I asked 6 open-ended questions of everybody. It was the same kind of 6 open-ended questions, of course, which are intended to frame the conversation, but not limit the conversation. So what I'm going to share with you are the 5 main takeaways. I want to kind of talk about each one, and then I want to share you a few quotes that were kind of notable that kind of point up these main takeaways. The first main takeaway are that most respondents describe the district as being on the right track and attribute their opinion to the passage of the MLO, reduced political tension among board members, and academic achievement for their reasons for saying the right track. Again, so Todd's going to talk about his, for example, right track, wrong track. He's just counting who's saying right track, who's saying wrong track, who's saying I don't know, right? But for my conversation about right track, wrong track, it's a little bit more layered, and I'm given a lot more information. So to that, what I learned was that SAC and PTO leaders I spoke with, they overwhelmingly pointed to teachers feeling appreciated, fewer vacancies for teachers at schools, and then, of course, a larger respondent pool for whatever vacancies were open, and higher quality applicants. And that there's a general sense among teachers that they are feeling valued and appreciated as a result of the passage of 5A. So while no one, in none of these did anyone say flat out wrong track, several people hesitated to say right track, but they see neutral as an improvement or better as an improvement, okay? Many expressed concern about the political differences lingering among board members. I do have one quote that kind of sums this up. People hesitate to be supportive of the schools when they see division on the board. That kind of quote kind of encapsulates some of the feeling that I got about conversations about board and mostly previous board disunity. A second takeaway, most respondents see the 3 new board members as restoring balance, but simultaneously express concern again that political tension could return to the board in the future. So not so much now, but in the past, and for some people that kind of defines the district in a way, how the board interacts, how the board behaves, and it was the single biggest aspect of conversations among these people that I spoke with. They did, however, to this point about restoring balance, right? A big indicator for most respondents to this question include fewer negative media stories, lower participation at public comment, and more intentional board messaging. So a few people cited the across the board newsletters. People like the 4-3 dynamic, regardless of their political background. Again, they like the fact that there's balance. Couple of quotes. I really appreciate the conversation of policy governance among the 7 members. If we can rise above political agendas and get down to what's right for kids, that's where we should always have been. Another quote, they are doing things germane to the school district instead of grandstanding, which hasn't been the case in the past. And another comment, when they stop making it about them and they tend to the business of the school district and keep their difference of opinion civil, it brings more credibility. Those are the quotes about that. Third main takeaway, those who see the district as doing a good job with communications. I asked specifically about communications. How do you feel the district is doing? Are they communicating accomplishments well enough? What more could be done? Are we getting to the community outside of just the parents, right? Are we getting to the outside community? So those who see the district as doing a good job, which was most people, with communications mentioned they've seen a lot of emails, they appreciate the superintendent's visibility, and they see fewer negative stories in the news media, as I mentioned. There is, as I mentioned, there's appreciation for the superintendent's willingness to be visible and accessible to the public and within the school community. Most respondents said good things about Superintendent Kane, in particular the effort she's making to project unity and to educate the public. Unity and educate were some words that I heard a lot with respect to the superintendent. Just a couple of quotes here. I think they're doing an excellent, the district, okay? I think they are doing an excellent job as demonstrated by the decrease in negative stories about the district, which means the community is more settled and thinks the district is doing a good job. I live in Sterling Ranch, and they are hosting stuff all over, which is hugely important. The superintendent's visibility has been great. And then one kind of more qualified comment about reaching the wider community. They aren't reaching the wider community, but the challenge is to make the district issues relevant to those non-parents of kids who have graduated. The fourth takeaway was that while awareness of the capital needs of district buildings is strong, especially among employees and parent volunteers, most people I spoke with credited the principals with managing perceptions about the problems at the school, some of the more serious issues at the school. Among staff I spoke with, several were aware of boiler issues that almost temporarily closed Douglas County High School. In the case of SAC and PTO respondents, their answers about infrastructure questions ranged from none at all to severe, again, their lens is how their school is doing, right? The examples of needed repairs I heard most in these conversations were bathroom stall doors, boilers and chillers, and roof leaks. And several people mentioned, whether they heard about or saw large, 25-gallon trash cans catching water from a roof, for example. And some even saw these photos on social media as well. Couple of quotes. The cosmetics are great, but the upkeep of the critical infrastructure that people don't see is suffering. Another quote, you see fewer people participate in public comment, which tells me that, that's for the previous one. Okay, fifth biggest takeaway was most people I spoke with they expressed a desire to go forward with a 2024 bond, but it was very qualified, okay? Some people were stumped by this question in a way because they see an equal amount of upside and downside to going to the ballot in 2024. People who felt or advised that going to the voters this year say, and this is not a quote, I'm just kind of paraphrasing here, we have no choice, the situation is too urgent to put it off, and the facts haven't changed. That is, the reasons for going have not changed. Those who advise going against going in this cycle cite there's a feeling that conservative turnout during a presidential cycle might overwhelm the yes vote. Others don't see the infrastructure needs at their school, my point earlier, they don't see the infrastructure needs at their school, so they think that education arc, right, between not having, educating people on infrastructure problems, or infrastructure challenges, capital repair needs, there might be too much education to make the case for a bond. This question also elicited a lot of campaign messaging advice, make it about the schools, tell the voters exactly what they're getting. And some did cite the educational challenges of the awareness that Douglas County is wealthy, but needs taxes for schools as being a challenge in the messaging. One person did quote, one quote from that is, presidential elections are a good time to ask voters for a tax increase because the demos skew younger, which actually happens to be a true statement. Another quote, I don't think the education that's needed to pass a bond will get through the clutter of a presidential election and the 4th congressional district race. Somebody else said, which was telling, and I had heard in other conversations, actually it makes sense to go a third time because we have momentum. Another person said the timing isn't right to go to the ballot this year. I'm just not hearing the need from parents. It's going to take a lot to persuade them now. That concludes the summary of my findings. I will say, just lastly, with respect to the overall process, the response rate that I've done this for several other local governments, and the response rate, you typically, to have 40 conversations, you have to call typically 120 people. But in this case, the response rate was closer to 2 to 1. In other words, that's a strong indicator that people want to have their voice heard. They want to be part of the process that makes things easier in the district. They want to contribute. So just a point about that. Maybe what I'll do is introduce Todd. Todd will do the quantitative portion, and then we'll both take questions. Does that make sense? And before I bring Todd up, I want to show appreciation for Directors Meek and Moore for their contributions on helping with putting together the polling document.
You can't go back?
Yeah, there's a back button on
There you go. All right. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Technical difficulties to start off. I feel like I play for the Nuggets right now. Okay. Thanks so much for having me tonight and for being a part of this important project. Before I get into the meat of it, I guess I'll just make a few more comments about the process and about research and about Sean's points. To the extent that, we go out and have those important conversations, obviously that's, really kind of the tip of the spear. And to hear from all those community leaders about their perspectives on this process, obviously they're, like you all, they're very involved in this, very engaged in this, very much in the weeds, as we like to say. And the reverse is, mostly and often true when we're talking about the public, when we're talking about voters. And so I guess I would just, want to emphasize that to start off, and you'll see that although voters, and many of whom are parents or have had kids in the district, many of them are very engaged in public affairs and the process. It doesn't mean that they're following it day to day, and it never ceases to amaze me when you go in and you get a little depth into answers and responses that you realize how little they do know about really what's going on in the day-to-day. And so we're always challenged, of course, to bridge that gap and to take all of the knowledge and experience that we have here and in the community leader group, and how to convey that to the public and how to do that in the context of, as Sean pointed out, millions of other messages, political messages, a lot of which are, loaded and have an impact on the decision we're trying to make here. So with that, I just wanted to kind of caveat those comments and kind of set up what the poll is, which in this case, we were in the fields at the end of March. We interviewed 400 likely voters, which gives us a margin of error of about 4.9%. As you probably are familiar with, but in this particular case, we spent a lot of time trying to project what we think would be turnout, in this case, November 24. That's how we, sample or frame the sample model, so that whether you're talking about geography or gender, age, party, race, and there's probably 20 variables, vote history, all of that we're managing in a model to try to determine what that important blend and mix is of interviews to make sure that it's statistically representative of what we would expect in November. So that's what we'll be looking at and discussing here. Again, as Sean noted, we did a comprehensive benchmark poll, which covered, as much as all the breadth of the topics, both in a broad way, but in a very targeted way as we got through the survey. And so I encourage you to look at that. But obviously tonight, we're here just to give you a quick snapshot, an overview of that poll. And we'll certainly have time for questions, but we're certainly not going to go through 50 slides. We'll go through just, maybe top 10 here. And with that, just to, again, give you some perspective on who we're discussing this with and who are the voters. And in large part, over half of our voters say that they have no regular interaction with the district. And then you can see, gradations there of folks that do interact with the district. Obviously, it skews if you've got kids in the district, then, that number is much higher. If you don't have kids in the district, maybe you're a grandparent, or maybe, no kids at all whatsoever in the district or in the past, you have much less of a reference point. To further, emphasize that point, and just to give you perspective specifically about the bond, we asked people before we got into the questions about the bond, how familiar they were with the school's finances. And 5% said that they're very familiar. Another 25% said somewhat familiar. And so even building in the fudge factor there, you got about a third who claim to have any, understanding at all of school finances. And so that's, of course, challenging, right? When we've got, then 70% of your voters casting a decision about this with no information, really no detailed information about it, maybe other than what they heard from their neighbor or maybe read in the Blue Book that day when they decided. So it does create this gap, and it does create a challenge for us, but nonetheless, I think it's one that we're used to, particularly with school board campaigns like the one we're talking about here. I would say that the highlight of the headline on the poll generally was that we found, I would say, very goodwill towards the district, a lot of positive attitudes, but there were also, I would say, some mixed things in there as well. That won't come as a surprise. Sean touched on a few of those. Some of it is based on the history here that's been carried over. But nonetheless, if you're not following day to day here, it takes a while. It takes a long time to change views or perspectives on this process. And so that will take time. But I think the good news, or one of the best pieces of news, and I think it is partly responsible for the positive results, would be that I think there's a lot of positive attitudes both towards the performance of the district overall, and here we ask them to grade the district in terms of overall performance, 68% A, B, or C, with with half or so saying A or B. So we've got, I would say, very positive goodwill towards the district. Parents, as you know, in this community are generally very pro-school. That's where they start. Would we drill down into some of the specifics of those attitudes towards the school? Again, really positive results. At the very top of the list, ironically, and I'll touch on it in a minute, is quality of facility buildings. Very positive on that. Quality of academics, also, all of these over 50% with an A, B, or C grade. Athletic and curricular options, ease of access to commute to school, school culture, all over 50. And then a couple of the more specialty items, technical education, and students requiring special services, slightly below 50. But again, overall, very positive, and I think that's a good foundation to be starting from. And as I mentioned, some mixed results. When we ask a question, in this case, I would describe this as forward-looking, but I know from experience that it's not always answered that way. And so we ask people about the direction of the district, and you can see it's pretty mixed. When we drilled down on this in an open-ended question, and herein lies one of the challenges, is that when you ask, for example, the people that said wrong track, what they mean by that, complete disagreement about what they mean by that. Right? We got, as you can imagine, the Republicans pointing fingers at the Ds, the Democrats pointing, fingers at Republican members, and then people in the middle who aren't maybe as partisan or aren't as political, just talking about the acrimony. And so that carries over, of course, into this, current discussion, but to the extent that, we're looking forward, there's also, as you know, and we've all experienced just, in the political climate today, when there's so much fighting and back and forth, and the way that the news is set up, this is very consistent with kind of right direction, wrong tracks we get on a lot of any government-related or political-related question. Kind of a polarization and on a lot of people who are just not really sure what to think. But and again, this kind of paired up with the goodwill that we feel towards the district, the voters that is, creates, I think, an important strategic challenge for communications purposes. We know that we don't have complete uniform views on this issue or any of the other issues that we're going to be putting before them. So kind of getting into, kind of cutting to the headline here, in that we, among other things, tested 2 versions of a bond ballot question. And just, for the purposes of integrity, at this point in the survey, we haven't given the respondent any information whatsoever. So they don't really know anything that they didn't already know when we started the phone conversation. And so half of our sample got asked this version, which is a $430 million bond. The major difference being, in this particular case, we said that we'll be constructing with this 2 new neighborhood schools and additions to 1 existing neighborhood school. In the next one, you'll see we tested, and I'll come back to that, $490 million. This is ballot test B, and describes this as constructing and equipping 3 new neighborhood schools and additions to 2 existing neighborhood schools. So other than that, the two of them were identical. The $430 million bond came in at 53% for, 38% against, with 9% undecided. And then the $490 million version came in with a ballot score of 56%, for, 36% against, with 8% undecided. Without going too deep into the crosstabs on this, some of it is what you might expect, and fairly strong partisan flavor to this for both of them. The trade-off being that at the slightly smaller amount, you actually had a little bit less Democrat support for that one than you did this one. And then the reverse is true of Republican subset of voters. When you looked at the 490, some of their support dropped off and was offset by Democrat support increase. And so that's the difference between the 56 and the 53 in the two. I guess before I move on to the kind of the stuff that came after the ballot, I'll just say that, I think for me, this represents a support level that's kind of in the low to mid 50s. Given, as Sean pointed out, given that we're in a presidential year, and when we look at that electorate, it's a importantly very different group of people than what we saw in 22 and in an odd year election as well. Very different mix. And so you've got this new chunk of voters that are going to turn out in November of 24. They're in this equation, and many of them are younger folks that are maybe, super busy, that don't vote in every election, but they're not going to miss a presidential election. Every year, it's almost 20% increase in total turnout. And so we know that 20% is going to be in part of this mix. They weren't in the last election. So we factor that in, and that's, I think, helping, combined with, in my view, and it's not uncommon. I've been doing this, probably 30 years now, and I've seen this play out many times before, where you sometimes it takes 1, 2, 3 bites at the apple before voters are both educated about what's happening, learning about what the need is, and over time becoming more comfortable with the subject matter. And so all that combined with, I think, a more favorable electorate, I think is probably what explains, why support is probably in the 53 to 55 range, whereas I know we just barely fell short last November with 49. So the other caution or note that I'll have is that, when pollsters look at this, we typically will say that, what you see on the 4 is kind of what you get. Very, very hard to grow the yes or the 4. Very hard to do that. Most campaigns, it's about, trying to, mitigate or minimize the atrophy of the support as you have different criticisms and different, especially if you have organized, well-funded opposition, or if you've got acrimony at the board kind of thing. All those things contribute to cast doubt. And if you're unsure, you're usually going to vote no. And so, again, I would say I kind of look at, the campaign, a well-funded campaign, a well-run campaign, and, for voters to perceive there to be some consensus on what the needs are. All of those things could help, keep this thing up in the low 50s, mid 50s, if we're very successful. But on the other hand, I think you could easily see, something, I've had plenty of these that start off in the 53, 55 range that end up losing by a little bit. And so that can happen as well. And so again, that's the headline on that, is that I think there's a path here, but it's not, it's certainly not a guarantee by any stretch. Following those initial ballots, we then go through a series of informative questions. And now, after the ballot, we've now given them a whole bunch of new information that maybe they knew or maybe they didn't know. In some cases, maybe we're reminding them. But we go through that whole process of giving them new information about the subject, and then we go in and ask that ballot, those two ballots, the split ballot again, and see what that impact was. And the primary purpose of that is just to gauge, how malleable are the voters, how hardened are they in their views, how which voters are open-minded to change, and what message points are they keying in on, what do they care most about. And through that exercise, you get this grid of subgroups in measuring how much they change from ballot 1 to ballot 2. And so this is really just a little snapshot of who are those voters that a campaign might focus on that are going to be the most willing to take in new information and ultimately be supportive. On the other hand, we also see, at the bottom of the chart, the voters that were less likely to change favorably, some cases, moving negatively based on the information they heard. But after all that, we get a pretty good roadmap of what at least the first phase of a campaign how they would focus, what would be those messages, who would they be talking to, what methods are most effective to reach those voters, because we all know everybody gets information from different places now. So a little peek at that. The net of that, what you're looking at now, is kind of a sort of what were those top messages then? What are the things that really resonated with those voters that moved the most? And so, again, just kind of a quick review of this. And I know there's a lot there, but I usually key in on, you can see it at the persuadables, that's about half, 54% of our total electorate. Among that group, the number one, again, now this doesn't mean it's the most broadly appealing, but the item that was the most powerful in moving a particular group of voters. And so among the persuadable group, and we'll call that like an umbrella message, athletic and extracurricular facilities requiring major safety and technology upgrades was number one. And then number two among that group was the knowledge or the information that 100 aging school buildings that without some repairs could need to temporarily close. So the threat of closing schools and the athletic and extracurricular facilities was really the number one on the overall. And frankly, that didn't surprise me. I think for a lot of parents and a lot of people with kids in the district, that is their main touch point, is showing up at the athletic events or showing up at, the debate or one of these extracurricular events. That's their touch point. And so that's maybe their only reference point in many cases. Similarly, when you talk about the threat of temporarily closing schools, obviously that gets people's attention. When you get into some of the subgroups who move the most, you can also see some things that are showing some trend. And so whether you're talking about, in this case, the women under 54, the college plus women, those with kids in school, for all three of them, the top message was this information about the 2018 bond not having covered everything, but having just covered expenses through 21 and this growing backlog of needs. That was the most compelling to that group. And then you can see on second message, again, temporary closures, a big mover, as well as extracurricular facilities. And then when you looked at, Democrats overall, modular classrooms, older male Democrats, modular classrooms, also right there in the top two in terms of messaging. So those are all things, particularly as we get into if we were to get into a campaign phase, those would be kind of how the messaging matrix and the priorities would be set in terms of targeting message. Obviously, we would potentially do more polling as we went on, and so we would continue to refine this over time. But this is where we would where we start off in March of 24. I guess I'll leave with, again, the kind of cautionary point that although I think the results were positive and there's all this goodwill, I do think you're still in an environment where there's a lot of competitive and political attitudes on this subject. And so in this case, and this is towards the end of the poll, we kind of lay out what we think is the strongest argument against versus the strongest argument for a bond. And you can see, again, not a slam dunk, but about a +6 in terms of attitudes of those who have formed an opinion on this, of how they shake out on these two opposing viewpoints that we set up for them to choose from. Again, I think an indicator that, we probably don't have over half of voters in the, locked in on a majority support. In fact, there's still some work to be done there, but, we also know that on the opposing side to that, without communications, without messaging, particularly maybe to voters or who think this, the quality of the buildings are just fine, and that there may not be a need there. All of those things are I think, misperceptions that potentially need to be addressed in a campaign setting. So I think I've kind of summarized all this, but again, I think, it's mostly good news, but I do think that, more work, of course, needs to be done, and we know from, the results of the last one that this is definitely not a lock, and therefore, I think, again, taking the time and putting in place the right team and continuing to do the good work that you're doing to, drive performance and then to educate people about some of the specific capital needs, specifically the condition of the buildings, I think is clearly a must if you're going to have success moving this past the 50% mark. So with that, I'll kind of turn it over back to you for questions for Sean and I, and thank you again for having me.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you also for coming and speaking to MBEC a few weeks ago as well. Does anyone want to?
In saying that this is a pretty inflexible poll. There's not a lot of people, with the exception perhaps of that 8% undecided, that don't already have a pretty strong opinion about this. That's the way I'm reading the crosstabs, but if I'm wrong, you let me know. But it feels like we're convincing's at the margin if we want to change things.
I think that's fairly true in the sense that, especially because we've been through this before, this is not a new subject for voters. So they're going to say, hey, I now that I've been communicated to this now for a period of years, I think you're right. I think there's a lot more knowledge than there would otherwise be. On the other hand, I also think, as we saw in some of those questions, people's understanding of the specifics is pretty thin. And so, and we all know how crazy our lives are. You can't expect people necessarily to remember, even what happened last week, let alone years ago, and what was good or bad about that plan, what were the specifics of that plan, and what maybe has changed since even last November or previous efforts. So, yes, it's true. I think there is a lot of knowledge out there, and that I think would also mean that probably, like in campaigns, we think about how much of a foundation there is, and it's much easier to educate people. There's already a foundation. If you're starting from square and it's all brand new, a lot harder to then build up knowledge and then create trust in those messaging to get people to move. So yes, it does feel like there's a fair amount. You've got, as I said, about 50%, 54% who are kind of technically persuadable, which means that they didn't give me a hard yes or a hard no on their ballot. So I still think that there's, half your voters are in play, but when you start talking about really moving people, the movement is pretty minimal, so you may be talking about, moving somebody from a maybe to a yes, or maybe moving somebody from an undecided over to a maybe. And so that's a bigger group, but in terms of the hard, people that we've got to move to get 51%, at the end of the day, you're talking about a pretty smaller group. A much smaller group.
And again, this is not, in November, in an off-year election, I studied a lot about getting out the vote. This is not a get out the vote campaign.
Totally different.
Everybody is going to show up.
That's
or
right.
we think a massive number of people are going to show up. This is not about texting people to remember to vote. Am I correct?
Correct.
That the campaign's going to be about, oh, by the way, while you're in there voting on CD4 and the presidential election and whatever ballot initiatives we have, check yes? Is that kind of where we would have to be looking at?
I think that's, generally right. I mean, obviously, we run very different campaigns in presidential years than we do even years, and then even more extreme would be off years or even spring elections. Very, very different strategies in terms of who we talk to, when we talk to them, how we talk to them, because of all the things you're describing. As I mentioned, there's going to be 20% of this electorate that's going to have not voted on this before. And so, and to be honest, a lot of them are pretty low information voters. At least half of them are very late decision makers. So we go through that in a very sequential way, and we will, we always account for that in a targeting perspective. And so while there may be a small group that we're doing GOTV, for the most part, you're right, it's more persuasive. And, and in many cases, we're having to do that earlier.
Is that easier, harder, or just different?
Well, it's different, but it can be more expensive because, you're talking about a presidential year and there's just so many other competing messages. So it's just like, especially if you're talking about, again, that 20% who only vote in presidential years, they're not out collecting a lot of information. So it's tough to break through that. And it's very, ultimately can be expensive. But I think to the extent that this proposal is, everything you can to try to keep that out of the macro political argument and keep it local. I mean, that's really the game here in terms of the campaign objective.
Am I correct that 20% probably skews younger?
It does, yeah, and that's and that's good here because I think young people have a real connection and affinity to their communities and their schools, and in many cases they're just starting to build their families, so their willingness and eagerness to invest in that is higher. In contrast, right, if you're talking about, let's say, a very low turnout election where it skews very much older, many of those voters are on a fixed income. Many of them don't have kids in school anymore. Many of them are, very frustrated about, where the world's headed, and so they're looking at this like, I'm not going to support anything, and they're, they kind of have that very anti-establishment attitude that can lead to a no. So hopefully that answers that as best as I could there.
Thank you very much.
Superintendent Kane, I think during the MBEC presentations, there were questions about doing a second poll. Can you talk to that? Have we decided to move forward, and when would that happen?
Yeah, sure, I'd be happy to. We did, in going into this year, we did budget for 2 polls, one that was just completed and one that they're hoping to complete at the end of June-ish or late June, probably late June timeframe or early July. And to further inform as if the board should put this on the ballot to make sure that they are honed in on what the election messaging should look like. Do you guys want to expound on that at all?
Yeah, sure. I would say that a couple things on that poll. To the extent that when we're looking at data points, right, to have 2 data points is going to give us a little better sense of direction than just having one. And this is, I think, the only poll that we've done in this, for this particular November 24 electorate. And so to have another data point, and particularly right before you have to make that hard decision of go or no go, I think we do think that would be valuable. In many cases in that poll, maybe we would do a little bit higher sample for a little better or a little lower margin of error, and then spend less time on messaging just because of wanting to be efficient about our research dollar. So that's kind of how typically I look at that, but that's just a general rule. It's not set in stone.
And then Director Geiger, to your earlier point about, the down ballot, especially in a presidential year, 5A and 5B in 23 were down ballot, but there, that ballot maybe was 3 pages, 2.5 pages. It's going to be a much longer ballot. We're going to be beneath a lot of all the federal and state issues, okay? A lot like kind of the turnout model is kind of like you mentioned, it's really not turnout. We're a rowboat trying to manage the wake of an aircraft carrier, right? Instead of kind of the ice cutter. And again, the wisdom of another poll, again, polls are snapshots in time. People are responding here based on what's happening now, nationally, internationally. There's going to be a lot of action, right, for good or ill between now and the second time we poll on, what's going to happen in Europe or the Middle East. Those are all going to inform voters' opinions and should be taken into account by you when you vote in August.
Yeah, I mean, especially right when you're talking about pocketbook issues, and that can be very sensitive to economic news, to international, war, questions around war. So there's all those things that I think are very current and could have an impact, and we want to make sure and look at that before you guys make a decision on it.
Director Thompson.
All right, thank you for the presentation. In regards to the poll, are there any unique takeaways if you were to parse out the respondents that never interact with the district?
Unique takeaways in terms of how their attitudes differ?
Yeah, or anything unique to the summary that we got in the presentation of the overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think, what you'll see throughout, so when you ask questions about, awareness of the school finances, whether you're talking about giving them grades on any of those specific items, they're the ones that make up the refused or unsures and all that. So again, I think from a campaign perspective, I am treating that group who says they have no interaction with the district, I'm going to treat them and communicate to them very differently than I am if you've got a kid in school. Where they get their information, the lens that they're looking through, all of those things are very different. And so I would say, those responses are quite unique from those who are engaging every day, and should, definitely be built into the, different campaign plan for those two different groups.
Thank you. And then when you presented for our MBAC members, you had the opportunity to share your credentials and your experience, and I think that would be great to have you highlight those.
Sure. Date myself pretty quickly, but just that I was, born and raised here in the suburbs of Denver, in the south suburbs, and so this is close to home for me. But I've been, doing polling. I was with a big firm in DC I was a partner there almost 20 years ago now, and I started my own firm here back in Colorado in 2003, and so I've been at it since then. And over the last decade, I've started, I've pretty much specialized more and more in local, particularly school stuff. So done a lot of these. Does that cover it?
Yeah, I think that's helpful.
Okay, thanks.
And then Sean, I just have a couple questions. What did you say the total number of interviews that you were able?
43.
43. And I was wondering if there's a way we could get a written summary of your takeaways
Sure.
to help, because it was a little hard to keep up. I tried to take notes quickly.
Can do.
And then, did you have any key takeaways from the student advisory group when you went and spoke with them?
The student advisory group, that was, I mean, other than being impressed that they were there and kind of informed about these issues, I'm sorry, that was a while ago. I'm trying to, I shared with them, I think, a more macro idea of why we poll and why we do research and what the importance of that is.
Do we know if the response to the survey, I think they had a survey during that meeting that they gave the other SAG members?
I think Susan put that out, didn't you? I thought you put that out. We had something.
Okay, we'll have to
We can
follow
find
up.
it. We'll find it.
Yeah, follow up to see what the results look like. Because, I mean, there's some interesting things I remember them saying, because those are going to be the homes of people that interact with the district, but aren't necessarily highly engaged. Could be, but not necessarily, our SACs, our PTOs, our staff. And I thought some of the points that they made, right, it's a reflection of what they're hearing in their home, and it was really, I think, compelling
I will say
information.
that the subgroup from which I got the most information was from the SAC and PTO. I mean, because they're right there on the ground, they're passionate about their school and their teacher and their principal, and their vividness of their experience of the district really came through in the conversations, and they were very forthcoming, and I got a lot of valuable information from the PTO and SAC activists.
Thank you.
Director Myers?
And I probably think we could find some of that meeting that we talked about, and because you were quite impressed with the kids. And like you said, the kids are actually the ones in the buildings, and they're seeing what's happening in their schools and what needs to be. Two things, I hesitate to say this, but I guess I want our public to hear it, and hope I can say this in a positive way. But I've just kind of, being in Douglas County since '93, being in the school district since '93 as a sub, and starting out in a new school, a brand new school, and staying there my whole career, seeing a brand new school and knowing there's that part where we didn't have the money to keep up through 17 years of this school because we weren't passing those bonds and understanding, getting our community to understand that it's like your home, you have to keep it up or it will fall apart. And that was one of the things that I took away about letting I hate to be in that percentage of voters that don't have kids in school, but I am, and trying to reach out to them and how this is still very important that they understand that we still have a future and we have to keep our kids in good facilities, running facilities. And we're at a point where we're not talking state of the art, we're talking just keeping up some good repairs. And the other thing, and I think it brought to mind when we went to when we were with our educators and hearing the less political divisiveness, and this is just my opinion, and I'll maybe want them to hear this. I think I've come to realize that when a board leans one way or the other, that sometimes those are not where the best decisions are made. And then I look at our board, and I'm kind of proud of our board, and feeling like no matter how many diverse or politically or however we are, we just have figured out that we are a better model for our community if we're communicating, we're talking to each other, we go in pairs or threes or fours to events so that they can see us. And we sit together, they see that we're talking, that we're interacting. And I think that shows our community, and hopefully they're coming back and realizing that we found that common goal, and our kids are that common goal. And just my husband went to the state of the DCSD with me last week, and he was overwhelmed by the data. Just knowing how well this school district is doing in the Denver metro area. I mean, we should be proud of that. And I think that's why our people with children are still moving here, because of this school district. So we have to keep that momentum going.
Yeah.
Director Meek.
Well, I wanted to thank both of you for the opportunity to work with you on the polling questions. It was really interesting, and I found it to be really valuable. And I appreciated working with Director Moore as well. Sean, I actually had several people reach out to me and say, "Who is this Sean Walsh? Is he legit? Should I talk to him?" And I said, "I think so."
Thank you.
So I'm glad you were able to connect with folks. But it also does show you, I mean, people, they want to know who's reaching out to them, are they a credible source and everything. I'm glad we asked for a written summary of the qualitative, because I would like to look at what are the 6 questions that were in there and really understand that analysis a little bit more. I know, in past polling, I've always wanted to dive into what is it that people are saying that makes us to be on the wrong track, right? What is the lack of trust about? And I know it kind of has felt challenging when I've asked those questions in the past. My desire is because I think if we understand what those issues are, then we can work as a team to show up together. We can do town halls together. We can, but I think having all of that data is really, really helpful. And so I'm hoping that kind of information can come into us with when people say, you're on the wrong track. And I think I know but I'd like to see what you've heard in those conversations. For me, I think polarization is kind of what you see with the right track, wrong track, and being divided and everything. And as a board, I'm always thinking, what can we do as a board? And I think it's leaning into communications and having public dialogues and public conversations and things like that. So that's just something for us to think about a little bit. If you go to what slide is it? I think it's slide 4. Yeah, when you were presenting this, Todd, I think you wanted to share a little bit more on the quality of facilities or buildings, or did you have more to share on that?
I mean, I was just kind of ironically pointing out that what my partners in crime here have always, we always talk about in campaigns is that you can't offer up a solution to a problem that people don't perceive exists. And so to the extent that, you're in the sense, victim of your own success here, people are thinking very positive things, but if you're going to ask them to reach into their pocket for more, and you're asking them for money for buildings and for extracurricular facilities, not all these voters, many of these voters don't necessarily realize the need. And so that was really the point I was trying to emphasize there, is that there is an education gap there of people you need to educate about some of those needs, because on some of these key things we're asking them to pay for, they think they're already in pretty good shape.
So I do think that's an area we need to think about, diving into a little bit deeper. Part of me wonders, people see the Legacy campus and it's beautiful, right? You go in there, and so are they thinking of that when they're saying the quality of the building? Like, I don't know. I just wonder if some of that might be related to that. And then thinking about messaging, for people who do think quality of buildings, it's rated high, some of the messaging is around it's fiscally irresponsible not to upkeep your buildings, right? And to make sure you can maintain your buildings. So anyway, I do see that as an area for us to maybe try to understand a little bit more. And maybe it's worth having conversations with our committees when we are working with our committees and asking for feedback. And then I think my last one is slide 3 for rating AB. I think the AB rating is kind of what we saw in our last survey. If I am remembering correctly, this looks pretty similar to the last polling we did a year ago. But just for historical reference, when we did a poll in 2008-9, we had 73% of people said moving in the right direction. 73% versus 37% right now, which is, I think, a sign of the times in some regard. But I think I'd love to know what other districts look like. And so that was kind of a question. If you do polling in other districts, and if you see similar ratings as to the direction, of the district.
Yeah. So I do think that generally, in most places, I think I see pretty goodwill towards the schools, and particularly if you're talking about teachers, or you're talking about my school building, my principal. And it's, when you start talking about leadership and you talk about the administrative level, that's where there's, especially if they don't know any of you or they haven't interacted with any of you, you get some of that kind of anti-institutional bias. As it relates to the question, the right direction, wrong track, I find that question in particular is very sensitive to current affairs. It often is a proxy for the economy. It's a proxy for your current state leadership. It's a proxy for your, maybe your congressional leadership. All these things are weighing that down. So I've seen across the board, even in school districts, that right direction, wrong track number is not what it was even 5 years ago. I've seen that number consistently become more polarized and become more negative, particularly what we've experienced in the last few elections. And so again, I take some of those mixed results and you read the verbatims and you try to get a little feel for the texture of that. And again, when you read that, there's not a consensus at all as to what in this case, wrong track was. A lot of that's partisanship, and a lot of it is looking backwards, and a lot of them, for a lot of these folks, as I said, their reference point is, 5 years of, or whatever, how many years where you guys feel like there were, maybe negative articles coming out about conflict at the board level. And that's going to take a while to even if you guys were, and I'm sure are crushing it, doing great things that they weren't doing before, and you're, connecting with people, that'll take a while, as Sean said, to turn that ship. That takes a long, can take a decade, but it is a challenge, and it's something, we're having to address in the context of a campaign, for sure.
It goes back to 2009, so it goes back a little while. With this question in particular, I haven't had a chance to look at the crosstabs. Are we able to see what parents, this is everyone that answered, right? And I just haven't been able to.
It's even better for parents.
Yeah, well, hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, back in, just for historical perspective because I'm old and I get to share history. In 2009, 70% of all respondents gave a grade of A or B, 70%, and 83% of parents. So it's just very interesting to see changes that have happened in our community in this time period, and I appreciate us working together to try to make it on an upward trajectory.
Director Moore.
Yeah, I was fumbling through the crosstabs too, looking for something that I haven't found yet. So I'll just ask you if you had an assessment on it. But on my slide, page 7, under the initial ballot tests, we talked about the potential $490 million bond. And you discussed what the purposes of the bond would be, and one of those was safety and security upgrades for every school. Did you get a feel for how many respondents thought that particular issue was important, or?
You know, we did have on one of our message points. So at this stage in the survey, right, we haven't given them any information other than what you're seeing.
Right.
And then after we had tested the ballot, we went in and tested a bunch of message points, one of which was about safety. And that was one of the best messages, particularly the threat of closing schools that were unsafe. That was particularly high.
But the unsafe, the specific focus of that, part of that, I guess, interview, I guess I should say, was unsafe because of just maintenance issues and things like that, not unsafe because of external security or threats or anything like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, we actually asked 2 separate questions on that, and the safety and security, you know, of the external part of the building in that regard actually didn't spike compared to.
Did not.
Not as much as the other ones that I showed you. You know, we, like, for example, on the overall, the athletic and extracurricular facilities mentioned major safety and technology upgrades. But there was one question that I can read to you if you like, but it was specifically around safety, and it didn't pop as much as some of the others.
And when you talked about the concept of safety, you probably didn't go into detail on what that meant. So it was left up to the interpreter or the person that was taking the poll. What did they think that meant, I guess?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this point, you know, you do want to leave, you want to leave it specific or general enough for them to draw their own conclusions about that. Obviously, when you start getting into specifics, it's appropriate, and we did, you know, you do drill down and try to understand, all right, what particular aspect are you responding to when you know, if you're saying safety is your number one concern. Bear with me, I can see if we can pull this particular, you have it?
Yeah, I just did a quick search on the questions, but actually, safety, from the perspective that you're talking, Director Moore, was wrapped directly into the purple, into the question about modulars. It said, because many of our school buildings are overcrowded, we are spending $1 million a year on temporary modular classroom units, which are not ideal from a safety, learning, and cost perspective. So in that sense, I think it spiked. But outside of that, we didn't ask a specific question about the physical safety of our buildings.
Thank you. That's kind of what I was looking for, the context of what we asked regarding safety. And I 100% agree with you that issue of the modulars is a challenge that we have to figure out a solution to. So thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, moving on to item number 19, potential bond options for a 10-minute presentation and a 15-minute Q&A.
And now you're stuck with me for a few minutes. All right. And CFO Schleissner is here to assist. And let's see here. This is the wrong presentation, gentlemen. Okay, thank you. All good, I'll hold. I'd like to thank Sean and Todd for coming tonight and presenting the polling results. Thank you very much. This is, of course, a very related discussion. So this slide deck is in response to a few questions that were raised in our last board meeting when talking about the bond, actually when talking about the budget. And in particular, Director Weininger raised a question about what different options are in terms of looking at our tax rate now and in the future. And Director Meek has raised similar questions. So we tried to work with our consultants to play out a few scenarios because, as you all know, for a while we've been able to offer a bond that does not require an increase in the tax rate. And so the question becomes, is that something that is sustainable that we can continue to do given that our tax rate has ratcheted from 15 to 5 over time? The short answer is no, but let's go into some different scenarios. So again, this is the question that was raised. If the district were to ask for more than $490 million, thereby increasing the mill rate, which would mean an increase in cost to our taxpayers, would that leave room for the district to be able to ask for future bonds within the existing mill rate to try to set the district up for being able to invest in our facilities for the next decade, which is, of course, something that we are all concerned about. And before I move forward from this slide, just for the public's sake, if the question is, are you just looking to ask for more money just to ask for more money? Of course not. We know that our backlog is enormous, and the $490 million potential bond proposal really is only going to cover capital maintenance through 2025, which is next year, because as just pointed out by Todd, the 2018 bond only covered through 21. So 21 to 25 is the range that the $490 million bond would cover. So a higher amount means we can cover a few more years of that critical capital maintenance. All right, so just, I know you all know this, but just as a reminder for anyone in the public that's listening, I just want to back the truck all the way up to how bonds work. So essentially, under Tabor, the district cannot take on debt without asking the permission of the taxpayers. Even if the debt doesn't mean a tax increase, the district cannot take on debt without asking permission of the taxpayers. So the district asks taxpayers for permission to take on debt, and then the debt payment, like your mortgage payment, is paid by the taxpayers through their taxes. We assess a mill rate in order to cover the debt payment. And just like a mortgage, if you were to go buy a house and you take out a mortgage and now you've got your monthly payment, and then maybe 10 years later, you refinance to make your monthly payment go down, but you decide to get a HELOC so that you can finish your basement. So now your monthly payment is the same as it was before, but you have a finished basement. So you filled in the paid off debt with new debt. In the same way, that's how the district can work. As we structure it over time, we look at our debt payments and where we can step down and potentially fill in with new debt. Can't do that, though, without permission of the taxpayers. So for our district, the last opportunity to have to run a bond without an increase in our mill rate is 2024. Our mill rate is currently at 5.2 mils for our debt payment, and it could remain at 5.2 mils if we ask for $490 million bond. However, any future bond, we can't keep asking for bonds at that 5.2 mil rate. And any future bond, we're going to have to look at that tax rate ratcheting back up to where it ratcheted down from. So as a reminder, here is a chart of history. And I could have taken this all the way back to 1984, but from 1984 to 2006, we consistently passed a bond every 3 to 4 years. You can see this is every 3 years like clockwork. That is why we have schools. That's how we built schools in Highlands Ranch, Parker, Castle Rock, Castle Pines, all the places. And you can see the mill rate for the debt kind of did a steady creep up to about 15 mils. But really, it was just a change from 10 to 15 mils over the course of more than a decade. And then when we stopped issuing debt, either because we asked and didn't get it or because we didn't ask, both were true, we had to ratchet our mill rate down from 15 all the way to whatever that is, 8 in, thank you, because of course, no glasses. 8 in, right before we asked for the 2018 bond, we were able to ask for that 2018 bond without changing the tax rate. And then after a couple of years, the tax rate continued to ratchet down because of sunsetting debt. And actually that ratchet down really happened when we didn't win in 22, didn't win it in 23. That has kind of forced that ratcheting down to where we sit today, which is 5.2 mils, which is the last stop where we can get that 490 million in under. So what we did is we looked at a whole number of scenarios of running different bonds now and later, and what that would look like over time to the tax rate. Because we know it isn't just one and done. We have to continue to invest in our buildings over time. You know, as Director Myers pointed out, it is, and Director Meek, it's a fiscally responsible thing to do, is to continue to make sure that you're keeping your facilities up to date so that they don't fall into disrepair the way that our facilities fell into disrepair during that giant gap there. Okay, so scenario 1, we run 490 million in 2024, no mill rate change. This was kind of the baseline plan. So what does it look like when we need future bonds? So what we modeled here is running a bond every 4 years. So 2024, 2028, 2032, to get back on a similar cadence to what we were where we ran it every 3 years. So this would be running every 4 years at about the same amount, about 400 million. Again, so that we can continue to maintain our capital infrastructure and build new schools as they are needed, as we did for our entire history. And that will mean ratcheting, that will mean our rate will ratchet back up. So if we run a $400 million bond, 4 years from now, the rate will ratchet up by, what is that, 2.3 mils. So there isn't an opportunity. If we pass a bond for 490 million in 2024, there won't be a future opportunity to pass another one for that same 5.2 mill rate. Whatever we pass in the future will mean an increase, if that makes sense. So this is kind of the baseline. Scenario 2 would be running a $590 million bond in 2024 at a rate increase of 1 mil. And so 1 mil costs taxpayers, sorry, I really do need my glasses. Thank you. $63 a year is what it costs taxpayers for $1 million home for a 1 mil increase. And the benefit of that would be that it would be a lesser increase later when future bonds are passed. So you can kind of start the slow ratchet up. And again, nobody's talking about going to 15 where we were in 2013. But we're going to need to get somewhere in the 8 to 10 range to be able to consistently invest in our infrastructure heading into the future. So you can see what that one looks like. Scenario 3 is also a $590 million ask, but it would be structured so that it has a higher upfront debt payment. So we would go up 1.5 mils instead of 1 mil. So it's the same ask with just more of the debt upfront. Did I explain that okay? Yeah.
And this creates one step that we can do for 200 million. So this creates one step, but it's much smaller than that 400.
Yeah, so what's modeled on the graph is 2 bonds at 400, but you could run in, if you do a 590 million with a 1.5 mil step up, which is a cost of $93 a year, you could run a $200 million bond 4 years later with no additional tax increase. What I've modeled in the graph is 400, and that would be an additional increase, but much smaller incremental increases, if that makes sense. And then scenario number 4 is a $725 million bond in 2024. Now, I want to slow down here for just a minute. Under the benefit line in each of these charts, you can see generally what that higher amount would buy. So the $590 million bond would actually buy us capital maintenance all the way through 2026 instead of 2025. Our capital maintenance log is crazy, and I know you guys know this. So truly, just even adding that 100 million gets us a year of capital maintenance and gets us a third elementary school. As we discussed at the last meeting, the $490 million bond, because it's not adjusted for inflation from 2023, we cannot build three elementary schools like we had hoped. With that $490 million, we can build 2, and we can do some improvements in Highlands Ranch. So if we wanted to do 3 elementary schools as we originally planned and an extra year of capital maintenance, that's what that 590 would buy us. The 725 would get us that extra elementary school and a capital maintenance log going all the way through 2028, which is actually where we would want to be. That's where we used to be. We used to be where we would run a bond to get us to where we're running the next bond, instead of always trying to catch up from past years. And so that's what that 725 would get. It would be a rate increase of 2 mills, however, which is 126 a year on $1 million home. And it would allow for future bonds. It would definitely allow for future bonds in the 200 to 300 million range without an increase, and a 400 range would be a very slight increase. So it sets us up for getting to a place where we can stay within more or less the mill rate while we continue to maintain and invest in our capital, which gives us some reliability moving forward with our taxpayers. So those are some potential scenarios. The last one that we decided to throw up is scenario number 5. So what happens if we don't run a bond at all in 2024, or we don't win a bond in 2024? Either of those scenarios means we have to ratchet down to 3 mills, which will make it 1,000,000 times more difficult. When we do decide to run a bond in the future, it will be a significant increase for our taxpayers, because not running one or not successfully running one would cause a significant ratchet down in our rate. So then there's no opportunities from here to forever of running any kind of bond without a significant rate increase. So that's kind of that last scenario. It would just make it 100 times harder for future boards and district people to be able to pass anything to invest in schools or infrastructure. Okay, so that was a lot, but we are here to answer questions, and hopefully that was at least helpful in terms of being illustrative of some of your options as you look at the next decade in Douglas County schools.
Okay, thank you. Lots of options. I have a few questions. The first question is, how much would taxpayers save if a bond is not passed at all?
Thank you. So I did mention it would ratchet down to 3.8 mills. That would be a savings of
$95.
$95
So
a
it's
year.
it's
A year.
63, yes, per $1 million home. It is $63 for 1 mill.
Great. Okay, thank you. And then, so to be honest, I'm very gun shy of putting this on for 3rd year in a row, just to be frank. So I have questions about potentially splitting the bond into 2 separate ones. It's something we also heard from MBEC. And just another option that the board should consider in the future, and I'm not saying we should do this now because I don't think it makes sense, but perhaps doing an MLO for ongoing needs year after year, instead of going and asking taxpayers for such a huge amount of money. If we just asked for $40 million MLO, And I'm not suggesting we do that this year because I don't think that's going to help us with being as backlogged as we are. But have we thought about splitting it? And I know that there are concerns with splitting it, that we're going to get one and not the other. But from my perspective, it might be better to get something over nothing. So I'm just trying to weigh all the options.
So if your question is pertaining to 2024, we are not planning on making a recommendation to split it. Although certainly if the board would like to go in that direction, that's something we can look at. If you do split it, an MLO, a $35 million a year MLO, for example, would be pretty costly to taxpayers. I'm just going to guesstimate $200 a year on $1 million house for a $35 million a year MLO. So that would actually have a more costly impact in the short term on taxpayers. And then on the bond side, if you did a bond ask for, say, everything else, new construction, new school buses, whatever, it would obviously be lower than 490 million. So it would probably mean it would be flat or a slight decrease for taxpayers on the bond side. But the MLO side would be a pretty hefty increase for taxpayers. As far as looking to the future, we absolutely have talked about the capital maintenance MLO as being something that we need to look at for the future if we can recover from the years of no investment and actually get to sort of a level caught up-ish kind of place. Then that MLO, I think, is really great if we've got the goodwill of our community in order to be able to pass that. That is ideal, looking ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that this time around because I don't think it would be beneficial. But my question was more about splitting the bond into two separate bonds this year. So perhaps, and I'm just throwing numbers out, but $300 million and then $190 million so that you're still getting the 490 if both pass, but also taking the risk that yes, one may not. But I just worry about completely failing and not getting anything.
So my response to that would be that, so let's say you split it and you pass $190 million bond, you're still going to have, therefore, you're going to have a decrease in the mill rate. It will get further ratcheted down, which from our point of view will harm the district's future ability to pass anything. Once that mill rate continues to ratchet down, any kind of future ask of our taxpayers for a bond will mean an increase in mills that is much more significant in the instance of it going down. My second response would be that we feel pretty good about a 53 to 56% support for the bond that we have been discussing. So it looks, at least from our perspective, like there is a path forward for the proposed $490 million bond that'll keep it from being really, really hard in the future for the future districts to pass anything at all. I don't know if you want to add. I'll just add that, we're hearing from some community members, George Allen is one of those that you guys have talked to in the past, that is concerned about this getting too low on us. And he's advising that, we start to bring that back up also. And we're talking to him a little bit next week about, what him and some of his counterparts might suggest that we do and think about doing. But he said the lower that you get, it starts to get really hard on your balance sheet and kind of makes for an unhealthy balance sheet going forward. So his recommendation is keep it at 5.2 and start ratcheting that up over the years to make it healthier for us.
Thank you. Director Weininger.
Thank you for putting together this presentation around my question. I think you summarized it way better than how I put it at the meeting, and I appreciate all the work you did to it. And I was basically trying to get at what is that healthy mill rate we want that we don't have to keep going to our taxpayers to ask for an increase. We can keep asking for a no increase bond and still maintain our capital needs well. And it looks like you guys decided it was between 8 and 10, which makes sense. So I like the idea of eventually getting back to that 8 or 10. And I do believe that is the best use of our taxpayer funds to maintain our capital needs rather than just paying for fixes that will just break again year after year, and the inflation costs on putting it off longer. So I am truly someone who believes, similar to George Allen, where we need to get that up to a healthy level. As far as the plan on doing it, I am interested in polling for, obviously, scenario one, which we've been doing, keep doing that, where it's no mill rate change this year and then kind of bigger ones in future years. I think scenario 3, I think, would be a good one, only because I like how it's little increases each year. But that's just as one board member. I'm interested in what other board members think a good scenario to poll on would be. But good job. Thank you so much for putting the work into this.
Thank you.
Director Geiger.
And I agree completely with Director Winiger. I want to see, I was fascinated that 430 and 490 don't have a difference. I'd like to see what a polling says when you got a 5 in the front of it. If that, although, just for context, the rumor is Denver's going after a number with a 1 in front of it, full billion. Because that's what it costs. I mean, that's the reality. I'm sorry for our taxpayers that that's reality, but that's what it costs. And I understand. I'm fascinated in that we're thinking about doing this on a presidential election year. We haven't done that for years. And the fact that that is perhaps a more friendly electorate interests me. And so I think those are things that we're going to have to consider. I want to talk about some assumptions that I'm making that I want to make sure that you aren't. We ask for a flat rate, 490, 430, 590, whatever, right? As the tax base increases, as Sterling Ranch builds the rest of that 13,000, as Ridgegate builds the rest of that 8,000, if we're collecting the same amount on more houses, doesn't the mill go down a little bit?
Actually, I am that all right? I am really, really glad you asked that question because we forgot to mention a key assumption here. That was a really, really good question. All of our graphs assume current assessed value and current number of homes to be super conservative. Assessed value changes every couple of years. Now, we don't know what's going to happen with the property tax bills, but let's set those aside for a moment. So if assessed value is higher, if hypothetically, if we were to go in 2028 after having gone in 2024, and assessed value is higher in 2028, and there are significantly more homes in 2028, then it is possible that likely that $400 million ask in 2028 would actually not cause that much of a mill increase, or half of that, or potentially none of that, just depending on what happens to assessed value and number of homes. So these scenarios that we put in front of you are actually a worst case because it assumes that assessed value and the number of homes is more or less steady.
So we can communicate to current taxpayers, say, why should I build a house? Why should I pay for a school in Sterling Ranch? The people who buy in Sterling Ranch are going to be bearing their share of this and reducing your share for the people, say, in Highlands Ranch who aren't going to get a new school.
100% true.
Okay, so we can hopefully convince people that, yes, this is a burden. We are asking future taxpayers who will benefit from the investment to also pay for the investment. Okay, I assumed that assumption was in there somehow. We have had in memory some decrease in assessed value, but the general trend in Douglas County is an increase in the number of houses and therefore a substantial increase in the assessed value.
That is correct.
Okay, the other thing I'm assuming is that you have not been able to calculate how the property tax relief bill that is currently driving 143 miles an hour through the Colorado legislature would impact any of this.
We haven't looked at it in detail, but having worked through a lot of it with our lobbyists today, because as you said, it's going at a million miles an hour. I cannot wait till the session's over. But having gone through a lot of it today, there are a lot of protections for K-12 education that are built into the proposal that's in front of the legislature. I can't speak to what might be put on the ballot. I don't know if you have anything to add.
I'll just say that's a lot of the conversation that's happening with that task force. So they have the property task force that's going on, and there's a lot of conversation about how do we protect the K-12 education side of it, aside from all the special districts and fire departments and all of those. So they're looking a little bit differently at the two and trying to navigate that pretty carefully.
Well, and I will say, I just looked it up. It passed the Senate with 3 no votes today.
It is expected to sail through.
I wish they'd do it at some point when we could actually read it before we. I had one other, but I guess I've lost it, so thank you very much.
Director Moore?
Couple thoughts. I tend to, I'll just be honest with you. When I first joined the board, I thought, oh gosh, we've done this, like Director Williams, we've asked the voters for this multiple times in a row, and they said no. And the longer I'm here and learn about what's really going on behind the scenes and what the need really is and why it exists, I tend to personally lean in favor of scenario number 1. And one of the reasons why I like scenario number 1 is because it basically provides what we need for a defined, give or take 4-year window. Right?
So that isn't entirely true. Scenario 1 provides for capital maintenance from the maintenance log of urgent needs. So this is not non-urgent, urgent needs from 2021, where the 2018 bond left off, to about mid-2025. So we will be having this discussion again in 2028 that we're 3 years behind and everything is terrible, because the only thing that really gets us on level set so that we're going to have 4 years in front of us, and at 2028 we're now ready for the next 4 years, honestly, is that very scary last scenario, but that's the only one that gets us to, and this will take us to 2028, and then the 2028 will take us to 2020 or 2032, which again is how we operated for multiple decades in the past. So, yeah,
Okay.
I hope that helps. So this will get us out a year.
It definitely does. I just want to state that the reason why I personally am in favor of the smaller window before the next ask is just because we haven't fully got our arms around what growth and decline really looks like on the decline side, and what, if any, savings are created by that. And I know that that's a very complicated question, and we don't have that answer right now. But I do feel like at some point we have a lot of property owners that really would like to know what that looks like before they approve something that costs a lot of money. And so that's just my logic there. But I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying that's the way it's feeling to me today. And I don't, but the question I have, or statement I want to make, is just about the ballot question itself. And I know the attorney's going to be very mad at me for pointing this out.
Not this attorney.
And I might not be right about this either. But if there's any way possible that the ballot language can be worded in such a way that crystally clearly lets the voters know, if we decide to do this, that it is not a mill levy increase. I think other school districts, I believe, St. Vrain and maybe some others, have figured out a way, and I'm not saying they're correct, if there's a way to, in the ballot language, because it's so complicated and most people don't truly understand the context of the whole thing, to give them some sense of summarized clarity. And I just hope that we can do that if we decided to go forward.
Sure. So actually, the ballot question that we polled had said that. Or the ballot question that we polled said without an expected increase in the current mill levy rate of 5.2 mils. And actually, the ballot question that we ran in 2023 similarly said without an expected increase in the current mills of 6.7 at that time. So that is the ballot language that was polled that received the level of support. So that would have been one of my other just cautions, although, believe me, we are very motivated to want to make sure that our kids are in safe and adequate learning environments. But a caution of switching to a different scenario would be that we didn't poll an increase. We didn't poll the possibility of something that would cause an increase. So we would definitely need more polling around that to see how many points from that 53 to 55 window that we lose, or if we lose any, as a result of it being a $63 or $95 a year in $1 million home increase versus a zero. But it is the balance that I don't envy you all. The balance that you all have to make is how much pay me now, pay me later. Like it's a little bit of that. Are you willing to make an argument now for a slight ratchet up so that later, it's easier to continue to maintain the district's infrastructure, or do we just want to kind of operate one at a time? So it's just a little bit of that balance, because sooner the rate is going to ratchet up over the next decade, assuming we don't put ourselves in the situation that we were in for a decade. It is going to ratchet up. So it's a question of what rate do you all want to see that happen? Do you want to just bump it off for later? So that's really kind of the question, I think, in front of you, if that makes sense.
And I want to make sure clear, I didn't intend to criticize the previous ballot language, or I just want to make sure that if we have an opportunity to make it any more simplified for the voter, we can do if we can.
We will continue to work in that direction.
Director Thompson.
So I know in the past, we've had conversations if we, how much it costs us every year we aren't able to pass a bond, right? The cost increase. I'm curious if we can figure out what that looks like between the different scenarios, right? So if we're looking at scenario one versus one where we're asking more because it's gonna pay in advance, like what that savings would look like between the two.
Sure. Well, just even off the top of my head, the presentation that we gave you before talked about the cost every single year of not doing things. And so we would be able to parse that out and make some estimations. But if you take doing only 2 new school buildings instead of 3, for example, we spend millions of dollars running buses, splitting communities up and running buses further than we need to. So scenario 1 would only take care of 2/3 of that. The other third could only be taken care of in a scenario 2 through 4 kind of situation. Mobiles, same with the cost of mobiles, the maintenance backlog, same there, same with that cost. So yes, we could probably do some estimating if that's something that would be helpful. I can probably put it in updates, or we can present it, whichever you prefer.
Director Meek.
Well, thank you for the presentation. The various scenarios are really, really helpful. I have my own personal opinion. I think we need to get feedback from others, but I agree. I think scenario 1 is, I think some of the results we got from the polling is because we made it very clear without an increase in your current taxes. That's what my gut tells me, why it polled as well. However, I think part of our messaging still needs to be, our goal is to get to 8 to 10 mills in, that is our area, that is us operating effectively and efficiently. I just feel like I don't want to risk, passing a bond this time around because we're now asking for more money, when I kind of think the reason it's so positive is because we've really explained without increasing your current tax rate, we can do these things. But I think we need to ask for feedback. I mean, that's just what my gut tells me about things. I think, though, for us to get to 8 to 10, we have to use these scenario charts and help explain to people, right? And I think that takes a little bit of time and a multi-year approach, essentially. But I really appreciate having the charts in here. I think it's very helpful to explain that to the community.
And I think it was really helpful, that $100 in a year, like, puts it in perspective, right? It's not $100 a month, because, you know, we just got our I just got my new mortgage statement, and it's a lot more than that. So, yeah, that's helpful for me.
Yeah, and that's on $1 million home, right? Yeah.
Well, and I just think
it's a
people
year.
are seeing what their taxes are right now, and it's putting them in shock, as I was in shock. And so my first thought was, well, what would this save me, right? Because not that I don't think the need is extreme and super important, but I think if we can put it in perspective for people, it will be helpful as well. So,
Excellent.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, on to item number 20, Superintendent Monitoring Report, and number 3.
Still me. Okay, we've all been talking about how we are looking forward to when the board approves or gets to the point where you approve your new ends, because that will, of course, restructure what all of this looks like. So for now, this is the monitoring report for a safe, positive culture and climate, which is end number 3. And I believe this wraps up our monitoring reports for the school year. So, okay. And this is where I definitely need my glasses, so hold please. Stinks getting older, doesn't it? Okay, so for monitoring report number 3, we have a safe, positive culture and climate and the associated executive limitations. So that's what will be covered in this report. So starting with 3A, purposeful focus on creating caring, safe, fun, supportive, and positive learning environment for all students, employees, parents, and community is manifest throughout the district. So we interpreted that as compliance will be demonstrated when the district focuses on consistent climate and culture norms, teacher and staff feel supported by their leaders and the district, and when teachers and staff would recommend their environment as a safe and caring place to both work and learn. Further, compliance will be demonstrated when students perceive that their school is safe and they have a sense of belonging. So to Director Meek's point, again, we're trying to focus more on outcomes than on activity. I think you called it activity. So the evidence is in the Teaching and Learning Conditions Colorado survey, which, as Director Meek pointed out, actually had some really positive results for our district and showed us on a very, very positive trajectory. And in particular, around those questions regarding recommending someone else work in this environment and recommending that our environment is a good place for students to learn. Healthy Kids Colorado survey is another source of data for the student perception. And of course, we have been working on our climate and culture norms throughout our district. Also, our employee guide and building foundations, the trust and norms. So just the work that we've been doing around the district that Joliet Jones has been doing to help with professional development, again, tying in those climate and culture norms. And then 3B, clear evidence and a common understanding of the shared belief that all students can succeed when given a safe and caring learning environment. So compliance will be demonstrated when district employees, parents, and community work collaboratively, proactively, and responsibly to ensure the psychological well-being of all students. In addition, a focused level of teamwork and professional development is ongoing among district employees, community, and law enforcement agencies to ensure the physical safety of students, district employees, and visitors. So here are a few of the pieces of evidence that were provided in that regard, including our safety and security updates, our school resource officer training, threat assessment training and resources, our regularly scheduled meeting prevention programs, et cetera. There's a lot. Okay, and it also again includes that perception data from the TLCC survey as well as the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. And we are looking forward to a time when we have perception data from surveys that we actually have created ourselves, of which we just launched the parent version. But what will be really interesting is when we have performed an interpretation of the board's revised ends or new ends, we can actually base our survey design on what we know are going to be the monitoring reports for those new ends. So that will be really great because we'll be able to have complete alignment. Okay, policy end 3C. Compliance will be demonstrated when DCSD expectations for employee and student conduct are published and available for students, staff, and the public, and the expectations are implemented consistently across the district. So a lot of those expectations are laid out in the employee guide and the code of conduct. We've had administrator training, family acknowledgement of the code of conduct. We have revisited several policies in this regard. Our school leadership team has been working on revising the student discipline matrix to make sure that we're consistent across our district. Now, this is an area where this is a lot of activity, but as we have been working to revise the policy revisions that we came forward with at the last meeting, and as we work to get standardization of reporting across our district, we will have a much better ability to report out actual outcomes with respect to this area. So that piece is very much a work in progress, but it is work that the team has been engaging in very thoughtfully. Policy end 3D, communication systems are available and used by students, employees, parents, and community to ensure that all voices are heard. Compliance will be demonstrated when the district has systems in place to provide timely, transparent communications and established two-way feedback mechanisms. And so these are the communications systems that are in place, including the feedback mechanisms, some of which the Board of Education is active in, such as your events where you're engaging, your teacher engagement events where you're engaging the community. And as a superintendent, I also work hard to make sure that I'm engaging with members of our community and our staff through my Teacher Connect group and other methods to get that two-way communication. And of course, we have a number of ways through our committees and through our website. So there's just some more lists of those different committees and feedback forms. With respect to the executive limitations, with respect to treatment of students, parents, guardians, and community members, compliance will be demonstrated when students, parents, and guardians and community members are treated in a manner that is consistent with board policy and state law. And again, you can see those things. With respect to student conduct, discipline, and attendance, compliance will be demonstrated when the district's expectations for employee and student conduct are published and available for student, staff, and the public, and the expectations are implemented consistently in accordance with board policy and state law. So you can see some of those reporting mechanisms there. And then school safety. Compliance will be demonstrated when the Safe Schools Act accreditation report demonstrates compliance with state law and the procedures required by the Colorado Department of Education. So every year we turn in, as part of our accreditation, we turn in the Safe Schools Act accreditation report. It's submitted online and shows our compliance with all the various pieces of that report. Okay, that was a really fast run through, but I would be happy to take questions. And again, acknowledging that we have, that we're working on room for growth in terms of coming up with the perception data and the outcomes that we really need to effectively measure some of these things, in particular with this area.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions? I thought it was great. Director Meek?
All right, as always, thank you. Thank you for all the work that goes into this. I know it's a lot of work, and I think it's really impressive for our community to be able to see all of this. So I'm just going to give some feedback. You don't even have to respond to them necessarily.
Okay.
I know the interpretations, I don't want to ask you to spend time on something that's necessarily changing very soon, but, you know, they just need to get to where there's a defensible measurement in that interpretation piece, which I know we'll get there. Just from the ability of reading different monitoring reports, I think the years where you have 2024 listed first and then 2022 next to it, I think it's flipped in all the other reports. It kind of goes earlier years to later years.
Oh,
I
in
mean,
terms of the trend data?
yeah, so it's just easier if it's all consistent across. And I always like when you have the percentage change as well as that last column, which I think you do sometimes, but not always. And so I just think people might get confused when one reports one way versus another. I think data that is probably important to have that's not in here would be around the threat assessment data reporting. I think that could be helpful. I know we have had presentations around student deaths and kind of trend data on that. I think the only other things on page, well, there's no page. The percentage of students who agree or strongly agree that they belong at their school, we have 2023 percentages and 2021 percentages. It's where it's disaggregated, and it appears that 2021 is different than what we saw in 2021 in last year's monitoring report. So like the percentages look a little different. So I'm not sure if maybe they were pulled from at different times or something, but I know this is our first look at it, so it's just something I wanted to flag. With chronic absenteeism being like a top story that everyone's reading about, I think being able to understand what is a definition for chronic absenteeism, given that it's so current right now. I do see that we see like the average number of days, but that doesn't, it's hard to interpret the average number of days that students are absent. And without even having trend data, it's hard to kind of put that into perspective. I just see it as a topic that our community may be very interested in. So again, that was just some feedback as you go back and finalize the report, so.
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback, and we will go back and double check if there's a typo or something in those 2021 percentages, because that shouldn't have changed. And we'll take your other feedback in as much as we can. Oh, Mr. Reynolds.
Certainly, I can answer that question. That's a great question, Director Meek. When you pull the data for Healthy Kids Colorado, we as a district, our boundary aligns with both our region and our school district. So depending on whether or not we pull it as a full region or we pull it for specifically middle school or high school, those numbers do move. So it depends on what we're comparing it from year to year. You'll see some of those different data points. They will look different from year to year just depending on how we pull the data. And how we're looking at it based on the frequency reports that we get from the state.
So I think either we need to pull it the same way every year for that consistency purpose, and if that's not possible, being able to kind of footnote it so people understand that. I just would hate for it to lead to people questioning the information, but it does make it challenging when we don't fit neatly in like one category and you can pull it in different ways. And I did have just one last thing. I think we're missing student discipline data unless I missed that in here. And we had that last year. So.
Yes, the student discipline data, the state has not updated their websites to be fully reported on that yet. As soon as that comes in, that would be something that we would add as soon as they get all of their dashboards up to date with this year's information.
So again, this is just my recommendation that if we don't have something in like the next year, like just footnoting that data is unavailable, or kind of like we did with TLCC, and like we as a board could decide if we want to hold off because we want to see that data or if we want to move forward. But for those that are really looking, it kind of gives them that information. So again, thank you. I know it's a lot of information.
We appreciate the suggestions, and we will definitely incorporate what we can for including it on the consent agenda on May 28th or whatever that date is. So thank you very much. This has been such a growing and learning process for us. And I just want to thank the board for your partnership and patience as we've kind of worked together to get to a really, to a good starting place. And we're really looking forward to the next iteration of the board ends so that we can really develop systems that align with those ends. So anyway, we're really appreciative of all the feedback. Thank you.
Director Thompson.
Yeah.
It's just going to walk into the sunset. All right.
Yeah, no, I want to second the importance of the outcome data, and I appreciate you actually proactively answered questions I had formed, and so I was happy to have that happen. Part of the reason I just want to add to the discussion is that it really helps provide context. So we see all of these actions that are listed that the district's doing, but you do lose the context. For example, when we're talking about our relationships with our SROs, right? Hearing the story from like Douglas County Sheriff about that relationship and like what it means to them, how they're growing, their goals, all of that's lost when we just see like that bullet point. So how do we capture that, right? That kind of outcome that really highlights that. So that was just like one example that came to mind that I was like, I would really love to find a way that we can have clarity on that, because it's one thing to have actions, it's another to say, hey, we have these actions and they're actually effective. And so we don't want to lose that success in the story. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. You're good. All right, moving on to item 21 under policy governance. The Board of Education self-evaluations. Director Thompson, I know that you did the financial one. I believe it was 1.9. And just wanted to give you the opportunity to discuss that since.
So I think just like a real quick recap, there's two interesting parts to this policy 1.9. So part of it is just, that we're doing things to assure governing with excellence, including how we orient ourselves, how we, the fiscal audit was included, and then also mechanisms that were to listen to other viewpoints and values. And then it jumps into costs. And that's broken down with like a budget that's in here, which is 1.92. And so the findings were that we were partially compliant. So with the first part, 1.9.1, there's a lot of evidence of, those different, the different sections that we're in compliance with. And then 1.92, our board budget just doesn't align with the values that are here. So, goodness, this is, oh, this is my document. I forget when that policy was last updated, but I want to say it was quite a few years ago. I didn't make a note, I don't think. And then I wanted to make a note. So I put in a chart that kind of shows like what the budget and actual expenses are over the monitoring period, and it was just to show evidence that they just don't align currently with what's in the policy. But I will make some adjustments for the final version of this. So for example, if you're looking, so I'm on page 4, if you look at the first column, it's second column, 2022, 2023 budget. And we're going to update the language there to say final revised 22, 23 budget for clarity. Then we have the 2022, 23 actual. And then the next column that states 23, 24 revised budget, I'm going to put in an asterisk with the time. So this is a mid-year revised budget. So this was our revised budget as of January. That just felt like the most, at the time of pulling this information, it just felt like the most appropriate one to report out on. And then the actuals for 23, 24 were as of the date of March 28th. So that was when I had made the ask for the actual. So I think that information needs to be in there just so it's more clear. And then the other thing that I wanted to point out was just that our BOE handbook and what our current processes actually are just are not in alignment. And so we do need to revisit our handbook to update. So it just marks an alignment. And I gave examples of what the handbook says and then what the current process looks like. So I don't know if you guys have any questions for me.
No, I think you're right, though. I think that we do need to revise the handbook, because I think it had a specific year in it. I think it was like 2021. Yeah, it was, so it's like 4 years old, and so I definitely see a need to change that. Any other questions? Director Meek?
Yeah, so I kind of spent a lot of time on this one trying to wrap my head around it, because I think the policy language, other than being dated, I think it needs some work. And so I did some research on some other boards, and I actually have a couple copies that I'll pass out. One's from Academy 20 and the other is Summit School District, and it's their cost of governance policy language. So I think part of what we said, this process is about looking at our language to see if we need to update anything. And so I feel pretty strongly we do need to update our language. I know we'll be discussing the board governance's, like our budget, our board budget at the next meeting. But I think looking at our budget kind of in connection of looking at this policy is helpful as well. So maybe at the next meeting, we can kind of revisit the policy language a little bit as we're looking at our budget and thinking about things. But I do think we have a fairly significant issue to address with this policy, and that it's a governance policy. It's a board governance policy. It fits within our board governance packet, and we own that. We don't delegate that out. That means we make decisions and we manage that budget, but that really hasn't been our practice in recent years. So I think we need to figure out how we own the board's budget and make decisions around the budget. And you'll see in some of these sample policies, they go into detail, right? The treasurer will bring anything to the board quarterly. They look at their budget. They approve changes to the budget. But, you know, if you look at the memo we received on the board budget summary, you know, there's an adopted budget, but then it changes without the board having any conversation on that budget amount. And it falls within our lane, not, you know, operations. And so I think we need to figure that out and be clear in our policies what our expectations are. And so that's why I handed out the other sample policies. I mean, Kaylee, I'm not sure in like your experience as treasurer, if you were involved in like the budget changing or, you know, revising anything, but I think that would be really helpful to understand, because as one board member, I don't remember conversations that the board had.
Yeah, I don't think there were, I guess I always just assumed that when we had board officers, that it was delegated to the treasurer, and I think that if we want that to be different, then we need to put it in the policy. But I've just always thought that the treasurer made those decisions, and that was something that we had delegated. But that's just an assumption that I had made, and it's not right or wrong, it's just how I had always thought it was. And so certainly something to consider if we want language different. Director Weiniger?
Yeah, I agree. I think our policy should match how we're actually carrying out our budget. And honestly, a lot of it goes to our assistant treasurer, the CFO, and large dollar items come to the board for our normal, what's the word I'm looking for? Our normal threshold, the 500,000. But otherwise, small items aren't really brought to our attention. I mean, if we're going over budget, I'm sure that will, but it doesn't look like we have as a whole. So, but yeah, I think that'd be great to discuss our governance policy around it at the next June study session, so, or whenever that plans to take place.
Yeah, I think we're going to talk about our budget in May 28th, right? And so I think understanding the practice, but like when we have a budget that's adopted at, 566,000 and then it goes up like to 790,000 without us having any board conversations or understanding, bills that are hitting the board budget. I mean, I think we need to own our budget, and we need to have processes in place where we're accountable for that. I don't think a board would ever delegate its board governance budget to their superintendent or CEO. I mean, there's a lack of transparency and accountability. I think our community demands that of us as board directors. I think it's actually a conflict of interest because the board's budget is used for activities to oversee the performance of the organization. And so we need to ensure that we're making decisions around overseeing, because that's our job. People elect us to oversee the organization as a whole, but we delegate. And what we delegate, we have monitoring reports on. But I don't think we delegate our budget because it doesn't fall within the policies that we have delegated. And so I just think we need to get a handle on that. Delegating the board governance budget just undermines our ability to be a strong and independent oversight body. And I think that's what the board's job is. And I think part of it is we just haven't had clarity in our policies, and the procedures are not articulated. And I just really would like to get a handle on that because, if you look at the budget, legal services were removed from the budget. We never had a conversation as a board as why we would remove legal services from our budget. There was a new line item on consulting services that we never had conversations on. And again, I think we have an opportunity at our next meeting to look at the budget and to kind of set policy so that we're ensuring that we're doing what we need to be doing.
Yeah, I think it will give all of us time to look at some other policies and consider what we would all individually like to see on a policy moving forward. Anybody else have anything on Director Thompson's? Yeah.
No, thank you, Director Meek, for all of the homework and policy examples, and I think it's really helpful. I really have enjoyed, I've done one only so far, but I really enjoyed the process because, right, there's a learning curve you overcome. I feel like it makes us more informed, and I had the opportunity to ask questions from district staff, and they were really helpful, and so I just want to point out that I really like this process. I know we've talked about that in previous board meetings, and I really appreciate the homework that you did to give us examples and different ways to think about how we move forward with this.
Great. Director Myers, I think you did GP 1.3.
Yes, so kind of a simple one. I took a look at what, if you can see the evidence on, it looks like it's page 3. And so I just took a look at the way we monitored this policy as the board meeting agendas and minutes, the end statements. There's a memo from Superintendent Kane. I believe everything's attached, and from Board Assistant Secretary Brockman. But I just, I'm been really happy with the state of where we're going with our governance process and our board superintendent linkage. The board is beginning to do these self-evaluations, and so that the board can ensure that we have the integrity of our board's process. It's also working on clarifying our board policy. You can see, I believe the board as a whole, with some guidance from, I know Director Meeks very well versed on governance policy, and so we were working on it together, and the ends with the executive limitations. And so at this time, the board president works with the communications departments to address any outside parties. And I know there was one incident on November 14th, 2023, when President Williams did step in to conduct the board meeting since President Peterson was not available to chair that meeting, and past Vice President Williams and the current Vice President Winiger have approved agendas for posting. So I felt that we were partially compliant because where did I write that? I think it's at the top. It's something that's in progress. We're working on it, and this has been a new responsibility of the board, and yep, I see partially compliance for governance 1.3. Okay.
Any questions? Director Meek, I know you have one.
Well, first, thank you, Director Myers. I appreciate all the work that everyone's done on these. And, the essence of governance is, it's kind of threefold. Like, it's about accountability, right, to those on whose behalf we're making decisions. So accountability is a big part, directing the organization, right, so that we're setting expected results and monitoring to ensure that they're achieved. And then finally, it's about protecting the organization. So we're clearly identifying, operational situations and conditions and making sure that those things don't happen. And that's kind of why we're spending time on all of this. And I appreciate that. It's hard when, our job isn't all about visiting schools and seeing what's happening, and it's so fun and inspiring, and the oversight part isn't as fun and exciting, but I think it's why people elect us. So I am appreciative that we're doing this, and everyone is, diving into this. So this policy, and then we also heard from our pollsters earlier, governance is about being objective, right? Looking at things and trying to allow the policy to take out, ideology or, agendas and things like that. So I just kind of wanted to say that because for this policy, if we're looking historically over the time period, I just have to raise, the fact that our board resolution on the 26th of September just basically memorializes the fact that, our district was sued for the board president violating the language in the policy where it says you're not allowed to impact the employment or termination of the superintendent. I feel like it's very clearly articulated in our history that there was a violation on this policy specifically with the board president and others on the board. But this is about the board president. So, the hiring and firing of a superintendent is the most important decision that this board ever makes or ever will make. And for those reasons, I just feel like we can't ignore that violation piece as we're evaluating this policy. And I think it just needs to be reflected in the self-assessment. And essentially, I think we're out of compliance. I mean, I know it's partial because there's other things that are happening, but it was a pretty significant violation of this policy. So.
Director Weiniger.
I'm only disagreeing because it's monitoring from January 1st, 2023. And that violation took place before this, even though the resolution was after, it was related to something before this. So I don't know if it needs to be mentioned. I know the resolution was brought up with Christie's governance process, so I'm not trying to be like, oh, it didn't happen, hide it. But I don't know if it's necessary for this one just because of the time frame.
Yeah, and I kind of went back and forth because I thought that as well. And then I know the resolution documents it within the time frame that we're monitoring. And then, you know, we still have media stories, like Colorado Politics just wrote their story, I think last week, you know, highlighting this situation. So I feel like it's still there, and documenting it is acknowledging it and learning. I feel like this is backward. We're looking backwards with these assessments. And I think part of the purpose is to identify lessons learned and move forward. And so, I mean, honestly, I did go back and forth. Does it make sense to include because of the time piece? Does it not make sense? But you know, again, I feel compelled to bring it up for transparency purposes.
I actually don't have a problem if we include it, but I don't believe that it, because of the time frame, I still think partially compliant is reasonable, because I think we had talked last time about what makes you partially versus non-compliant, and we said if the majority of things fall, then it would be partially compliant as opposed to not. And I think it's up to people's opinion if we start saying, well, this is a big thing, so we're going to make it non-compliant. So I'm fine to add it. I don't see a problem with that just because the resolution was in 23, but I don't think it changes the report status. Director Thompson.
First, I just want to acknowledge, I think this is a difficult conversation, but I appreciate how it's going. So thank you, guys. The only other thing I just wanted to mention is I do think media articles might be a good source of evidence, especially with 1.32. So, right, like typically our president would talk to the media about board decisions. So I don't know if we have any, what evidence we have that we could possibly put for 1.32. And that was just my only.
Director Moore.
Couple things. I disagree that media articles should be a gauge that we go by, because we aren't necessarily always involved in the article itself. We may or may not be, but I just don't know that a third party's interpretation, especially when it's somewhat after the fact.
Sorry, I'll clarify where the president has given a statement about, so when you're being quoted.
Oh,
Is
okay.
it- Sorry, that's what I
Never
mean by
mind.
that.
I see your,
Yeah.
I apologize. I
Just
see
as
your point.
evidence that the president's speaking only in the position that the board has made a decision or interpretation, and it's like a quote or something like that.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
The question I was going to ask, when we have a violation or we have a non-compliance issue, because I'm asking because I don't really know it, and I want to make sure, because I have one of these coming up as well, and I want to make sure I'm following it correctly, but what's the timeline of when we have something that is not in compliance, and then we make a change, and now we are following it? what's the time frame we have to have in place to consider ourselves in compliance after we've made a change? Is it 365 days? Is it beginning January of the current year to December of the current year? I don't know. I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, so my understanding, and then help me if I'm wrong, is that we're doing these evaluations once a year. And so, but if there are changes in the policy, then we'll, as we've discussed, then go back and
So it's in the
discuss.
12 months preceding the evaluation of that policy. Is that fair then?
Yes,
Okay.
it's a little bit more than a year this time around, Director
Okay.
Meek.
This time around, I think we started with, say, a year and a half, but then we're going to stagger things, and then the next one will just be from whenever the last one was.
Okay.
I think the way I was
Thank you.
also wondering about your question, so like if you made a change within that period of time that was being monitored to adjust or correct something, then I think, you can say you're in compliance, because you've made that change within that monitoring period. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Director Geiger?
I think, okay with partially compliant. I never served with the prior president. To me, however, the reason that we need to mention everything that happened is not just that, although that happened prior to the monitoring section, it continued, including going to trial. And a continued denial up to and including in front of a judge that anything wrong had been done. And then a finding by a judge that a wrong had occurred. And all that occurred within this monitoring period. And that, to me, is why it has to be included. I do believe that, particularly since the September resolution, the decision not to appeal the case, et cetera, that there is evidence of change in that process. And so I'm not particularly offended by partially compliance. But I do think that it is extraordinarily important that this monitoring take into account not just actions that happened prior to 2023, but that the president at the time continued to state that he didn't do anything wrong, despite initial findings by a court, despite subsequent findings by a court, despite subsequently paying attorney's fees. So again, it's hard looking back. It's hard looking back when we've had changes in administration. And I don't want anybody to take this as an attack, but I thought it is important that before we adopt this board monitoring, that we amend the compliance section to discuss that there was this section that occurred and that a separate fact finder found that that the president himself, had not complied with this particular provision. Again, I think if the finding is partially compliant, I can understand that because there was changes made within that time period. But I think it's important that we mention it.
All right, great. Moving on to, I think, Director Geiger, you did 1.4.
If anybody thought they had the easy one, it turns out I did not know I picked the shortest one of the bunch. So 1.4 is about as straightforward as it possibly could be. It just says we have other officers. And my response was that, yeah, we elected other officers within the governance period. And it was pretty clear from the minutes of the meeting that we elected other officers within the governance period. So compliance was pretty easy. Obviously, what we need to consider, and I don't know that it needs to be our first priority, but it goes back to our discussion about the budget. I think there is room for some expansion of governance here, particularly to spell out additional duties of those elected officers. And if we're going to look at more control over the budget, which I'm in agreement with, I think spelling out in particular, one, that the chairman is bound by all the rules of the vice chairman is bound by all the duties of the chair, because when they serve, that makes sense. And This really doesn't even technically do that. And two is that we should seriously discuss whether we want to have an additional policy delineating the duties of the secretary and treasurer. And I think probably there is room to discuss that the treasurer should report more frequently to the board about the spending of the board budget.
Yes, you did have an easy one. The only thing that I would do, just to be consistent among the other ones, is to add a link to the meeting of November 30th.
I apologize for that, that is absolutely appropriate. I apologize for that.
No, that's good. Anything else? Director Meek.
You did pick the easy one. So I did pull a policy, sample policy, where they list board officers' roles, and then they list the president and vice president, as well as treasurer. But it's just a sample. Maybe we can consider listing out all of the board officers and their responsibilities in the future. But great job.
All right, and then just a quick reminder that at the June 18th meeting, Director Meek, you agreed to do 1.5, and Director Moore, you're doing 1.8 for the June 18th meeting. All right. Get back to my agenda. Nope. All right, and then item number 22, moving on to potential CASB breakout session proposal. We'll start with Superintendent Kane, because I know you had mentioned something, and then I think Director Meek also had a suggestion.
Yes, thank you, President Williams. I had suggested in one of my superintendent updates that, well, actually, let me caveat this with, I think that you all are a fantastic board, and I greatly appreciate working with all of you, and I greatly appreciate your collaboration with each other. And I really do believe that you have been through a lot of experiences and have a lot of valuable insight in your collaboration that can be shared with other boards across our state. And so my recommendation is that you do share your knowledge, because you guys are doing an amazing job, and it is a privilege to work for all of you. So my suggestion was as follows: perhaps doing a session called something along the lines of Coming Together for Kids, how a politically diverse board collaborated to win a mill levy override, because that is what you all did. You all brought different things to the table. You all brought different community members and people to the table and worked hard to get something done for our kids. And so I had also provided you all with a potential description about the collaborative leadership in successfully winning a mill levy override, transcending political differences, engaging our community, forging consensus to secure vital funding for our schools. You were really intentional about your strategy to get various people on board, and I think that entire effort and your work with each other, even all the way till right now, your work with each other has inspired our community to support and believe in our district, and I think that is really significant, and I think other districts could really use your insight. So that was my suggestion. So there you go.
Director Meek.
Thank you for that idea and recommendation, and I think that could be a great breakout proposal. I had also thought about another breakout proposal, kind of focused on our community engagement and our perpetual plan that we've been working on. I know that's something that lots of boards struggle with. They say, how do we really engage with our community? And I just think we have a good story to tell in that area that could be really helpful to others and inspiring. So it was a second idea. There's no limit to proposals that you can put in for breakouts, but I thought that might be another topic we would consider.
I think we should put in for both and just see how it works out. But I don't know. I think you would probably need a couple board members to work, and my assumption would be, since you're talking about coming together for kids, that you would want a representative group of individuals to sit. So are there any volunteers? Well, it's at CASB, so it's the December. And it's usually the first, I know the dates are already published, I just don't know. It's the first weekend in December.
I think it would be amazing, actually, to have 4 of you on a panel, and answering, kind of panel style where I can pose questions or we can have somebody pose questions and you can answer from different perspectives. But even though Director Geiger, for example, wasn't on the board at that time, Director Geiger was incredibly involved in 5A and 5B in both years and was very much part of that bringing our community together effort. And of course, all of you that were on the board. And so anyway, that would be my suggestion, would be actually to have 4 of you because the whole conference is noticed and you are all hopefully going to be up there.
Director Moore.
Yeah, it would be nice if we could agree to this. That way I could put it in my report for 1.8 on what we're doing, come together. Would, I mean, it's good timing. I need to go look at the calendar. I can't really commit at this stage, but I want to go back and see what the dates are. And if I can, I wasn't part of the board on some of that, but I would love to participate. And I don't know what I would have to offer, but I would love to participate if it's nothing more than just to demonstrate unity. But let me look at the calendar, I'll circle back on it.
Perfect.
Or I might be getting my calendar right now.
Okay, Director Meek.
Yeah, I think the panel format's perfect for that kind of conversation. It's like one of my favorite formats. So, I'm happy to volunteer. I also have other presentations that I do, so I'm not sure scheduling wise it works or doesn't work, but I would be happy to participate if the scheduling works.
I'll do it.
I got to tell you, I spend my entire time preparing for this, just paddling to keep my head above water. So the idea that I'm going to teach anybody anything right now feels a little bit intimidating. But I also am always willing to talk. So I'm certainly going to be at CASB because taking my wife to the Broadmoor is the one benefit she gets from this. And no, I think there is a value. I think there's a value, for example, that Director Moore could talk about joining the board late and what that's like to try to catch up and understand the dynamics. So I'd like that idea very much. I think that specifically Director Williams and Director Meek have a lot to teach people about their communication plan. And I think that would be extraordinarily valuable. And so I would be very proud to watch you two present on that.
You were just volunteered.
I was voluntold, really.
Yes, President Williams and I have kind of been the liaisons for this, but I think anyone else that would want to be part of it, we would welcome you to be part of it. So kind of the idea, discover the secrets to building a strong and authentic connection between your board and those who deeply care about your organization's purpose. I mean, that's just kind of like the theme. And so I'm happy to work with you, President Williams, to write something up for CASB.
I'd be happy to help, yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good. Great. All right, onward to item 23, the reflection, I'm sorry, what? Oh, Superintendent Kane, sorry.
It's okay. I just want to make sure that I leave understanding my action item or who has an action item. So I would be happy to share my draft description with Director Meek or whoever else would like to submit on behalf of the board. Or if you would like us to submit on behalf of the board, I'll need your information. So just want to make sure we know who is submitting so that I don't drop anything.
Oh, yeah, I guess I assumed you would submit, but I'm happy to take it on if you would prefer it come from.
I'm happy to submit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it that way, and then Director Meek and I can work on the other one, and we'll do that one.
Fantastic.
And Chris, I'm going to tentatively put in my calendar, so I'll tentatively commit if we get accepted.
Tentatively.
I'm planning on being there.
Great. Tentatively.
Tentatively.
Thank you. All right, Item 23, reflection on Board of Education engagement with educators. So this is just an opportunity for everyone to just kind of give their reflections from, we had a connections event with educators on April 24th, which was the Wednesday after our last board meeting. And we split into 4 groups and went to each group with a specific question. So I was paired up with Director Myers for the portion that she was there, but also Ms. Roush attended my question with me. And if I could find the question, it was, hold please. Actually, do you have them? I don't know. Yes, I have them here somewhere.
Feedback on the proposed revisions to mission and vision statements?
No,
Was it that one?
the
Oh,
3 to
looking
5.
ahead 3 years.
Yes. Okay, looking ahead 3 years from now, what results would have happened for our community to say, I'm really happy with the progress the district has made? And overwhelmingly, from group to group, there was a lot of consistent themes, but one of them was having everyone understand the importance of education and having their kids at school. I think that we heard that over and over, just not even necessarily with the transportation issues, although that has been a problem. It was a lot of, pulling kids out for weeks, and when I say weeks, it's not just one, but for vacations, and just really having, they just want everyone to understand the importance of school and being there, and the accountability piece there. Director Myers, what else did you hear? There was a lot.
Well, like you said, I got in late that night, and so this is one of my, I can't say that. This is one of my favorite groups, the teachers to work with, but then we like all of them. But I just heard accountability, the resilience, there's better partnerships, stability. I like how the teachers like to share with us, and they're real open with the board. I think they feel comfortable, so.
It was a good group. All right, which group wants to go next? Director Weiniger.
Director Thompson and I had the question to ask for feedback around our new drafted end statements. And just high level, some things that got brought up is it would be good to have an end address self-advocacy or self-regulation, resilience in our students. We heard that, I think, at every single table. And they had great feedback, the teachers did, and just sharing their experiences on what they're seeing in the classroom. And then they also really liked contributing member of society, and just our bullet point number 2 around mental health and social needs and emotional needs, and how we value that as well. And I'll let Director Thompson fill in where I may have missed some spots.
Yeah, no, I second that. Definitely a lot of time was spent talking about students having skills for independence. So you mentioned accountability, also like just independent learning. We currently have it in here as higher levels of learning, employment of their choice, but if students leave and they're independent learners, right, that can help with higher education, with the structure change, that they can learn without being in a structured environment. And I think that was a really important takeaway. And there was a lot of things that they pointed out that they really liked, that they like to keep in there. So safe and accessible, thriving and welcoming were words that they really enjoyed. And yeah, that's about it.
Great, next question.
I'll go ahead.
Director Geiger.
I had the pleasure of going with Superintendent Kane to talk to teachers about our mission and our vision. It's very interesting to see how different groups approached it. Some were very much, we were talking about the proposed changes in our mission and vision statements. First of all, everybody was very, very enthused about having a clear mission and vision statement. It's something that matters to them. It's something that they want the district to have and that they want to listen to. It's also very clear that, that they want it publicized and making part of both their decision-making and part of the district decision-making. Some were very wordsmithy, what are the right words? They all generally improved the easier language, more inclusive language, and talking about other endeavors in society. And I think there are probably some things that we can look about finalizing those words at a subsequent meeting. One thing that I came to realize, and I've only thought about this since then because I've contemplated on this, it is interesting to be with teachers and the superintendent. Because there could be, in that situation, an unwillingness to share. There could be a concern if we had an administration that was not trusted. You could feel, I suspect, that teachers were not willing to fully communicate. I got no sense of that. Those teachers, and they are, let's be honest, this is a selected group of teachers who are very interested in the district. Very important group of teachers. I think we all agreed that we would like to expand that group, have a bigger group next time to some people who have not been as involved, but those teachers have no problem looking our superintendent in the eye and telling her their opinion, and occasionally telling her that hers is wrong, which I think is a sign of a healthy administration. And so I was encouraged by that portion of it as well.
Great. All right, Director Moore or Director Meek? Director Meek.
All right, I have my notes up. I had the pleasure of sitting with Director Moore, and our question was, what do you believe will be the most significant challenges facing the district in the next 5 to 10 years? And so we summarized those. So most significant challenges. So keeping and creating a sense of community, given that we have the school boundaries potentially changing, lack of connection or trust between teachers and families and students, and really working to create a sense of community, a sense of stability, just lots of unknowns with changes in the environment. Teacher burnout and fatigue was talked about. It's talked about all over the nation. Turnover of admin and teachers. So again, keeping a sense of stability with the churn that happens. Creating a sense of value of education and educators. And so talking about how absenteeism has led to maybe a lack of value of being in the classroom. Let's see. Parents and families valuing their students' time in the classroom. Another challenge is just supporting students. We have more diverse needs with students, mental health needs, AI, social media devices, all of those challenges with supporting our students, and then helping students be resilient and self-starters was a big conversation topic. And then just supporting parents and changing demographics, more special needs, more languages in the district being spoken, the need for PD around all of those topics, teacher attraction and retention, given the nationwide teacher shortage. We have a large gap between veteran teachers and brand-new teachers, and we don't have a whole lot of teachers in the middle. The DCSD vision for what is the right balance between academics and CTE, what is that right balance? What's the right balance around school autonomy and having common curriculums? And lastly, mitigating political divisiveness. So that was another challenge that they brought up. The only other thing I would mention, we had some action items where essentially we need to write all of this up. And I volunteered to do that, but I just haven't had a chance to document it yet. But a big part of our engagement plan is documenting it, so we have it for our records. And we talked about considering the timing when we host these educator feedback sessions. Doing it in the middle of testing time is not really a great idea. Maybe October, January timeframe. And then we talked about exploring ways to get a more representative sample of educators at future sessions. And so those were some of our action items and takeaways from the evening.
Director Moore?
You know, being new to the board, that was my first interaction with the staff like that. And, you know, I was a little curious, like, how did these teachers get invited? Because I thought we ended up with a lot of, of veteran teachers. And they were great. I mean, they come from all walks of life, and some spent their entire career in our district for the most part, and some have been in other districts. And, you know, when you meet them and their initial information is 1 to 2 years, but you realize that's just here, that they worked for 20 somewhere else. But they all came with great input, and Director Meek did a really good job of taking all the different comments and kind of categorizing them in ways that we could kind of frame them, and, you know, so we didn't have random topics all over the place and that stuff. But there was a couple of things that stood out to me in the comments that were made, and then some of the discussion about those. And it was about, you know, and again, in our framing that and our challenges over the next 5 to 10 years, and mental health came up in every single group. And we had fair discussion about that. And it was really centered on two things. One was just general mental health related to social media and just these external influences, how they affect kids, which we've talked about before since I've joined the board. And we know that's something that we continue to try to figure out how to help with. And then the other one was the mental health side of students that deal with mental health issues, helping them through that so they can then be more resilient on the tail end of that, or as they come out of it and as they improve from that. The other one that stuck out to me, and it came up almost as many times as mental health, and Director Meek talked about it, but it was the cohesiveness of the board and the political, you know, disputes or strife of the past. And, you know, that comment was not lost on me. And even though I wasn't here to participate in that or see some of that stuff from the past, I do know it existed, and I just wanted you guys to know that that wasn't lost on me, and that I feel strongly. You know, I've talked about it before, but we all are here to try to do what we think is right for the right reasons, and we may not always agree on what the right reasons are, but it was crystal clear that how we handle our disagreements trickles down to how people feel about their jobs and whether or not they feel comfortable being here in our school district and teaching here, or whether or not they even think we have their best interest in mind. And I believe we do. I believe probably always did, but they just don't perceive it that way. So I thought it was fascinating for me to hear from them, and the way I interpreted that is, hey, Tim, you got to make sure the way we communicate and the way that they perceive that we communicate with each other is important. So.
Great. I think it's a wonderful session, and I look forward to that one every year. That one's really awesome. So, all right. Without further ado, we will move in to item 24, presidential reports. So our next regular session board meeting is on Tuesday, May 28th. Agenda planning for that meeting will be held this Thursday at 10:30 at Inverness. Tomorrow night, the board has an opportunity to celebrate all of those who sit on committees at our board committee appreciation, so looking forward to that as well. I did a couple school visits in the last couple weeks. One, I went to visit Wildcat Mountain Elementary. and went on a tour with Principal Millie and the Assistant Principal, Miss Kuzma. And it was a really fun day to be there. I just happened to be there on probably the best day of the whole year. But they were having a cultural night at their school, and what they do is they take artwork from the students from the entire year, and they get to choose the one that they want. So, first grade is in a section, second grade, third grade, and the artwork is spectacular, and it's all framed, and parents have the opportunity to not only walk through that, but then they also bring in food from all the different cultures, from different families within their school. So they have different food. They have a section where those that want to learn other languages, they do like 10-minute segments of different languages because they have so many, they have such a diverse population. So it was really cool to see them setting up for that and just the excitement around that. Got to see their garden, and I also got to visit, it was fun to visit their campus security specialist that they had just gotten, and just the excitement that kids have. And he was outside, being the referee for the 5th grade basketball team, because I guess they look forward to having him out there. So it's just fun to see them really interacting with the students and just the presence that they have at the school. I think everyone really appreciates that. And I always ask what they're most proud of, and their Principal Millie really just talked so highly of her staff and how proud she is of her staff and providing each student just a great experience during their elementary education. So that was fun. And then I went from there to Copper Mesa and got to walk around with Principal Getchell, and he is retiring. So I also walked with the soon-to-be principal, and I am going to try to not mess this up, but it's Lavia Gare, and they were both awesome. I think one of the things that speaks to the culture at Copper Mesa was that they have 0 turnover. They have not one position open for next year. So when I asked, like, hey, how's the pot look for your open positions? And he was like, yeah, we don't have any. So the only one was him, and that one has been filled with their amazing AP, and then her position will be filled. But anyway, I think that speaks to the culture of the school, and that was exciting to hear. And then the most recent achievement that Principal Getchell was excited about was getting the John Irwin Award 2 years in a row. And I think that it was kind of a nice signal on his way out. And so I wish him the best in his retirement, and look forward to the amazing things that happen there moving forward. And soon-to-be Principal Lavia Gare is very proud of the PLCs that she's worked on at that school and the continuing journey there. So she's excited to keep that going. And then I went to Rock Canyon and Mountain Vista for the State of the DCSD presentations, and I would say that there was a lot of energy in in both rooms, and I think there is a lot of excitement around Conmingo. I think I just could feel all that. So I think that great work to administration, everyone who's working on that. It's really exciting. And then happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you for all the support that you give our kiddos. And I know you work a ton of hours, so I'm sure you're counting down the days, but very much appreciate everything that you do for all of our students. And then also congratulations on the upcoming graduates. And that's all I have. So on to Vice President reports.
All right, well, since we last met, I attended the retirement ceremony for our teachers and staff who are retiring this year, and that's always kind of cool for me to go to, because the past few times I've gone, I've recognized a teacher I had when I was a student here in the district. So it's kind of cool to see them be at the end of their career, but also just think about how much impact they've had since I've been a student and all the students they've impacted since then. So that was really cool to go to. And then this morning I went to the State of the Town of Parker. Not really anything school related to report there. A lot going on in Parker's, a lot of building and a lot of roads, and it's growing a ton. So that was interesting. And then this week I have an MBOC and FOC meeting on Thursday. MBOC's going to put together the annual report for us for our June meeting. And then FOC's going to have their meeting, and then looking forward to graduations as well.
I'm going to start with Director Meek this time.
Sure. So for our committees, the Student Advisory Group, they have finished up their meetings for the year. On April 25th, the Thursday following our last board meeting, we joined Cabinet to listen to the operational presentations from the subgroups from SAG. They're always so impressive. As a board, though, we really didn't have a chance to debrief too much after the student presentations from our last board meeting. I mean, it felt a little rushed trying to get everything in and not having a lot of time to talk about it. So I wonder if it would make sense for us to spend time as a board reacting to the presentations and/or talking about next year's SAG group. Director Myers and I will meet with the leadership of SAG, the adult leaders, bless you, the adult leaders to do a little prep work for next year. And then we'll meet with the students who are going to be the leadership. But I'm wondering, if the board as a whole has ideas or thoughts that they would like us to consider as we move forward with working with the SAG next year. So I don't know if anyone wants to react right now or if maybe we want to have reactions later.
I would just point out, it would be really great to have students with us at CASB. So just pulling that out as you guys are thinking about things.
That's great to hear. I know the students that attended the day at the Capitol loved it too. That was a great experience. So President Williams and I, again, are the liaisons to the DAC, the District Accountability Committee, and so we met with them last week to discuss, again, their process and everything for membership. I also attended the Foundation for Douglas County Schools meeting. It was hosted at the Roxborough Intermediate School. It was the day they were doing the ribbon cutting for the greenhouse, and Principal Megan Offer was there. Her energy level is incredible, and how she was able to present her school and the opportunities that her students have to the foundation board members was you could just see it connected with them so very well. And so it was fun to be there for that. The Foundation for the Douglas County Schools coordinates a Lend a Hand school supply drive every year, where it's a backpack drive. And they will need volunteers over the summer collecting, assembling backpacks. And I said, maybe the board would want to do an activity together where we can collect or fill backpacks. And so I actually have a link for sign up, but maybe if you all want to take a look at that, maybe at our next board meeting, if it's something of interest, maybe we could have a fun activity as a board, filling backpacks. So I'll send that information out. As Superintendent Kane mentioned earlier, the Perseverance Scholarship Golf Tournament is Monday, July 22nd. Not sure if any of you are golfers. I golfed last year. It was very fun. Talked my husband into it. If anyone wants to golf, let me know. It's always a fun time. Maybe. All right, let me know. So it's at Red Hawk Ridge Golf Course this year. And May 1st, I attended the district's retirement ceremony. It's so bittersweet. I want to be happy for them. They deserve it, but it makes me so sad at the same time to see them leaving. These are some of the people I've known for 2 decades, and I'm so happy for them, but it's also a little bittersweet. May 2nd was State of the District event. I think it was phenomenal. I think the presentation was amazing. I think our student panel is so inspiring. And then all of the awards for our excellence for schools. It was just a phenomenal event, and I look forward to it being an annual event. I think it's a great opportunity to bring our community together. I attended the Seussical musical at Lone Tree Elementary last Friday. I love going there for their musicals. The elementary musicals are so fun. Last year it was Shrek, this year it was Seussical. They just do an amazing job. And there's a former coworker who started in the foundation like a long time ago, right out of college. He's now a parent at Lone Tree. And it's just always fun to reconnect with him. And it's a great reminder of how our schools really are the center of our communities, and families stay here. And it's just such a inspiring way to spend time. So lastly, I just had one more question. Our board director update form, I appreciate it being created, but I just want to make sure I have clarity like on how and when we should be using it. And we really haven't had a chance to talk through that. So I used it last week for the first time, but I'm imagining after, say, a board committee meeting, one of the two liaisons would do a quick summary as to major topics covered, right? So it's not like both people. And then summary of school visits would go in there. So is this how we want to use it? I know it's hard starting a new habit. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Sorry, yes. Yes.
Okay. And then like if one of us attends an event like the mortgage education thing I went to, right? So those kinds of activities. Okay, just making sure.
And it would be nice if there was some notification that something new had been added. It'd be not,
Oh, we just get them once a week.
Okay,
That's,
all
yeah,
right.
it's just, I think that's the easiest
That's
way
how
to
we're
have
getting it?
done. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll just get it on Fridays, just like we do correspondence and stuff. Yeah, oof. All right, Director Thompson.
Yeah, so I want to start with just saying thank you to staff, all district staff. Thank you guys for your expertise. Thank you for your dedication to the work and supporting our students. And also a shout out to my kids' school. I'm so grateful for the staff there. I'm so grateful for that school community. When you envision what you want for your children for education, that's exactly what I envisioned. So I'm very grateful for it. So thank you all. So I'll start also with the retirement party. Again, thank you to all the staff that we had to see off. And I agree, it is a bittersweet to think about, being happy for them, but also, knowing all of the different ways that they've contributed to making the district what it is today. And we had some really big contributors that were there. I had a really nice conversation with one of our school counselors who's retiring, Dr. Thompson, and hearing about all of the contributions he's made over the years to our district. So just very grateful for the time that he had here. And then, yes, it is bittersweet to know that staff like that are retiring. While we were there, I went up and saw the elementary art at Legacy, and that was fantastic. It just shows the importance of art in our schools, but it was so creative, and the students are so talented, and the projects that the teachers put on display, I mean, it was a lot of fun. There was just so many different mediums used, and I really enjoyed walking through that. I know I ran into Superintendent Kane while I was walking through it, and we were both gushing about how great it was. And then I visited with two schools, Sagewood Middle, with Principal Ben, whose last name I'm nervous to say. And I went to Northeast Elementary with Principal Bennett. Yeah. And again, they were great visits. I really enjoy walking around the schools, touring the schools, getting to know staff, seeing what they love about their school communities and what they like to show off and share, and then also getting an opportunity to see firsthand what our capital needs are, really being able to see that, because I think our staff does a really great job at not showing what those needs look like. And so you have to ask to have things pointed out, but then once they're pointed out, you're like, oh yeah, so That's been a great learning experience as well for me, just seeing that firsthand. And I'm just very appreciative of our staff and how welcoming they are, and just it's such an enjoyable experience.
Director Myers.
Superintendent Kane and I attended the Monday, April 29th awards for our kids that have persevered through some of life's trials that is quite a bit for the number of years that they've had on this earth. It's difficult to hear some of their stories, but just to know the accomplishments they've made. I wanted to give a thank you to Sneha Saw. She was the SAG representative with me that presented our gal that we gave the award to. And we did give, I think every year it seems like we get to give a little bit more. So these kids, the 10 kids got $450, I believe, a credit card. And then if anybody was nominated, they did give them a $50. So everybody got something. It's just something that I always look forward to, spending time with these kids through the DCYI program. Let's see, May 1st, and Director Moore kind of alluded to this tour. I called it a field trip because we rode a bus. So I wanted to give a shout out to Chris, the bus driver, one of our amazing bus drivers in the district, who is a relief driver but works every day. So go figure how that works. We took a group of seniors, so we had about 15, I believe. We went to Ponderosa High School. We got a nice little breakfast, took a look at their CTE program, then on to Legend High School, another look at their CTE program, and I don't think they could stop gushing. They were absolutely so impressed by what this district is doing for our kids, and and if you've ever been around a group of seniors, they don't mind talking. So I could see them cornering the principal, cornering here and there, and just. No, a senior is an age. And then we returned to the legacy, and of course, they were truly impressed there. And then it was kind of nice to see many of them at the State of DCSD on May 2nd. So, and like I said, my husband went. He was quite impressed with everything that's happening in Douglas County. Let's see. I also attended the retirement ceremony, and I knew a few of the people that were retiring. So it is a sad time to see so many, it seems, leaving our district, and I know they're just ready and looking forward to retirement. So congratulations to those retirees, and maybe they'll just give a shout out that we can get their positions filled in the district. And I think that's it.
All right, Director Geiger.
I first it was so great to see the Betcher Scholars today. My uncle, who went to school in Mancos, Colorado, got a Betcher Scholarship and went to CU on a Betcher Scholarship and met his now 65-year wife while he was hashing at a sorority house at CU, and got his degree there and his master's, and eventually became a lawyer. And the Betcher Scholarship changed the entire direction of his life. And so to think about those kids and how their lives are going to be changed by that scholarship, that's an amazing heritage in Colorado. And we know those kids, and they are brilliant, and they will do spectacular things. So that being here for that today was especially meaningful for me. Director Moore and I will kind of split the LRPC meeting on May 1st was as classic an LRPC meeting as you can have. They started with a 14-page memo on boundary adjustments, both in the Coyote Creek and Trailblazer area on the west side of Highlands Ranch, and then in the Legacy Point and Gold Rush area in Parker. Reviewed recommendations from transportation, recommendation from the EDOS, talked about all of the new development and where we're going to move it and how it's going to work, and what we do with Coyote Creek and Trailblazer if we build a school in Sterling Ranch, and how that's going to impact it. I mean, that committee was deeply into the important stuff that needed to be done. It was beautifully supported by Siobhan Caldwell and the planning staff. And there were recommendations made, and the LRPC took some and modified some others, and we'll get them, I think, in the next board meeting. But to anybody else, it was crawling down through the weeds. But for that committee, it's exactly what they do. They wanted to know all the details. They want to know how it's going to impact everybody. They want to know how it impacts transportation and boundaries. And the Legacy Point Gold Rush boundary changes is an interfeeder boundary change. And we've never done that before. And what kind of impact that has on middle and high schools. So when the Long Range Planning Committee is talking long range planning, that's what they do. And so that was inspiring and fascinating to watch. Now, interested to see what Dr. Moore thought, or Director Moore thought. I was able to go to 2 of the State of the District meetings on the 26th. I was at Douglas County High School, which is a big and very enthusiastic crowd. Very much into the Conmingo. Very much, I'll be interested to know what the survey results were at the end of it, because that was very well done, and I enjoyed that very much. And then went to Legacy, which is a much smaller crowd, and it was the end of the day, so Superintendent Kane was very glad to get to sit on the stage by the end of the day. But she was as enthusiastic in presenting her section as she had been when I'd seen her earlier. I've now seen that presentation 4 times, because I was at the State of the District on last Thursday. That was with Director Meek and Director Myers, although nobody there would know it because somebody forgot to introduce us. She did remember to introduce the lovely young lady who sang the national anthem brilliantly. So that was the more important part. That's an inspiring, and it was so fun to watch, and there were so many educators there doing such important things, and watching them be recognized was truly a joy. So it was a good month for all of that. And the State of the District's pretty darn good.
Director Moore?
First, I want to start off and just thank Superintendent Kane for acknowledging Kendrick Castillo. It was 5 years ago that Kendrick sacrificed his life to protect his fellow students and staff and his community. And that event had a profound impact on me personally and on my public safety career. And he's one of my personal heroes, and I only have a couple who I would call personal heroes. So I appreciate you acknowledging that today. It meant a lot to me personally, and thank you all for participating in that. Director Meyer talked about the tour that we went on of the CTE programs at Ponderosa and Legend and Legacy. That was my first real set of school tours to some degree. And I thought I had an idea what was going on, and it opened my eyes to just how well done things are being done when it comes to that. And the schools have done a really good job carving out space in very small buildings in some ways to make that a priority. And what I noticed from the group was that they all went in with certain ideas in mind of what they were going to see and experience. And when it was done, their eyes were opened quite a bit. Not only were they impressed, and Director Myers talked about how impressed they were, several of them said, had they realized how well the school district was doing with the funds that it had and the exceptional work that it was doing, they might have felt differently about the stuff they voted on last November. Yeah, it was, several of them made those comments, and that was surprising to me, but they got a lot out of it, as did I, and I appreciate you guys for setting it up and for Allison for forcing me to go. Did I say that out loud? Yeah, you did. Director Geiger talked about the LRPC meeting. That was by far the most informative of the 2 meetings I've been to so far. That one was fabulous. My biggest takeaway was seeing how all the different stakeholder groups provide input, and then how that's kind of vetted out in the final recommendations of the committee and kind of how they work that through. And it's complicated. I mean, it is not as simple as, hey, I live in this neighborhood and this is where most kids go to school, therefore that's where I should go to school. there's a lot going on to figure out the challenges we have, and there's a lot of smart volunteers on that committee that put in a lot of work to come up with the right solution for our community. And I'm just impressed by how good of people are on that committee and how hard they work. The state of the DCSD presentation at Douglas County High School that I attended, I thought was really well done. It was a little bit different than the one we had for the community on the few weeks or a week or so prior to that. And I too was impressed by the survey that of the teachers and staff that was done at the end. And I don't know what the outcome was, but it felt like it was pretty positive feedback from and it was anonymous, so I don't think people were worried about being tracked. And so I think they tended to want to be honest, and it looked like it was pretty honest feedback to me, but I thought that was great. And I appreciated being able to do that. And the final thing on the LRPC is just that for June, the LRPC will be here to present some updates to the master capital plan, and they're doing some good work there of good updates, and they also want to make it a little more brief if that can be done, because there's great information in it, but they want to make it more presentable for the average person to use it in the future, so it's not such a big document that people just say, oh, that's too big to look at. So anyway, that's it.
Awesome. On to item number 27, adjournment. Do I have a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Board of Education is now adjourned.